Hey guys, welcome back to Rocket Gyan, my fellow space tubers. Okay, so this was a huge break for me and for you guys, and I missed you so much, and I can't tell you how excited I am right now to be with you and interacting with you right now and discussing the next launch coming up with you guys. So how are you all? Hi Nishant, hi Wildflower, uh hi Alex, Lee, hi NASA Rocket Model Academy. I hope you all are doing good, and uh I missed you so much. That was the thing. How was my examinations? Well, it went fine, and so yeah, these days, these 2-3 months were very heavy for me, but now everything is fine. I should be back on track, but let's see. If nothing comes up, I should be back on track. So let's discuss about this launch. So today China is launching this beautiful spacecraft and this beautiful rocket to the orbit. Basically not to the orbit exactly, but to the CSS. Yes, the Chinese space station. So if you are just joining in and you just don't know you and you haven't heard of this term, I mean, Chinese space station, is there a Chinese space station also? So you are on the right stream, because we will be discussing everything you need to know about this mission, and you shall be getting good insights of this mission, as well as what China is planning to do uh, for this mission and after this mission. So hi Ken, hi everyone. Oh, thank you so much Chris for 799. Nice to see you again Gyan. Good evening to you all, and thank you so much. Really appreciate you for all your fundings and donations. Really helps me. Okay, moving on. So finally, let me just open it up. So this rocket which you are seeing, as you can see from this thing up here, the escape tower, we can find that this is a human rated launch vehicle. Okay, so this rocket is known as the Long March 2F rocket. Currently, this is in the operation for carrying the astronauts to the orbit. Basically, this is a human rated launch vehicle they have in China, but there are some plans to upgrade it, not to upgrade it, basically make a new rocket which will be environmental friendly, will not use toxic fuels, and will be more efficient. So those are things in the plans, and they are working on to make sure that happens. And right now we will be seeing this launch. So if you remember last time, the Shenzhou 12 launch, I also live streamed that, and it was hell of a beautiful launch. I mean, from the suiting up of the astronauts to the the center, the launch center, basically this launch pad, everything was streamlined, everything was beautiful, and the launch itself was very beautiful, if you remember that. And hopefully we will get the same today also. Moving on. So oops, okay, just a sec, just yeah, my bad. So let's have a look at this Long March 2F rocket. Thanks to Wani for providing this beautiful infographic in which we can see the intersections and the cutouts and the exploded view of the rocket. So this is a two-stage rocket. If you don't regard the boosters as the stage, if you regard it as a stage, then it's a three-stage rocket. So this is how it looks like from the behind. So you can see the core stage basically has 4 engines, and the boosters have the 4 engines. And the boosters, basically you can see the engines are not at the center. Basically they are those the plume will be coming out from the rocket in that direction, away from the rocket, basically coming out and away from the rocket. This is to ensure that these boosters stick to the rocket, because when you do this thing in the rocket, wherein you move the nozzle to the side away from the rocket, what will happen, it will exert a force in this direction. Basically if we okay, if it is, yeah, like sticking in this, okay, you can see also here, yeah, you can see a slight gimbal in this engine. So what will happen, because of this, this will push the booster onto the core stage, which will help the booster to stick with the core stage and don't and not fly away from it. So that's why it is used sometimes for this reason. Sometimes for those plumes to not interact with the plumes coming from the core stage. So both are the reasons in this case. And the first stage uses the YF20 engines. All are the YF20 engines, these 4 engines and these 4 engines. So there are 8 engines in the booster stage, basically, you can say. And they runs on UDMH and N2O4 as its fuel, you can see here. And yes, as it is, this UDMH and N2O4, as you all know, is toxic in nature. This is a toxic rocket, but they will be upgrading it in the future to launch from the Wencheng launch site, if I'm not wrong. Okay, so this is about the first stage. Now this is the second stage. Okay, so what will happen, these are the boosters which are separable. So they will separate first for the first stage, and then the core stage will continue, and then the core stage will separate, and the second stage will continue. So the thing about the second stage is that you can see here there is a one main engines, and there are 4 smaller engine, tiny engine, you can say, right? And these tiny engines are the vernier engines. And the special thing about this rocket is that the main engine shuts before the vernier engine shut down. So they are not the part, this is not like the vernier engines are some different engines. They are not part of the main engine. They are the part of the main engines. Those vernier engines are responsible for those roll and roll control and all. But to ensure, why does that happen? Why does the main engine cut off but the vernier still goes on? This happens to ensure that the G forces on the rocket are minimal during the time when the rocket is almost empty, because it burns for its designated time, the main engine, and then it cuts off, and the vernier engine takes over for like minute correction in the orbit, as well as to reduce the G loads on the spacecraft, which is very necessary as it is a human spacecraft, human rated spacecraft, and will be carrying astronauts or taikonauts. If you are from China, you know that. Okay, so now this is the Shenzhou spacecraft, which is inside this fairing, and then this is the escape tower. So this is the basic view of this rocket. And the second stage also runs on UDMH and N2O4 as its fuel. Offset is the word. Yeah, offset. Yeah, Nishant, correct. Um, so yes, that's it. So the second stage also runs on UDMH and N2O4. That's what I was saying. And this rocket was built in late 90s, if I'm not wrong. And it has been the most reliable for them, and that's why they're using it till date. But they will be upgrading it for sure. There are plans and they have been approved, and we have seen some engines also coming out from the presentations of the China. As you know, the official news does not come out from their website or something like that. There are some presentation which goes on. Same is the case for ISRO also nowadays. So yeah, that is the case. So now moving on. So this is how this is the picture which I would like you to see, to see basically that this is the YF24 engine, which is the second stage. And you can see here that these are the vernier engine, these are the 4 vernier engines, and they are not the they are not separate engine, they are the part of this engine. That's why I wanted you to see this image. These 4 engines are the part of this engine, and they run for a longer time, then literally, like, if I'm not wrong, for 2 minutes longer. The vernier engine runs for 2 minutes longer than the main engine. So yeah, that is the case. Okay, moving on now. Let's have a look at these things here, right? Thanks to WLR2678 for this beautiful infographic, which is basically having every minute detail you need to know about this in rocket. We have already had a look of all these the rocket itself, but there is one thing which you should know, which is this escape tower. So this is the escape tower main motor, and this is the escape tower separation motor, and this is the escape tower yaw and pitch motors. So this is a kind of Soyuz like escape tower. But there, if you are new to this escape tower territory, and you must be wondering, why do we have this separation motor as well as the main motor? I mean, if we are not using the escape tower, can't we just use the separation motors, sorry, the main motors to separate the escape tower? Why do we need the separation motors, right? This is a question which I wondered when I first looked at the escape tower, and then this pitch and yaw could be understood, but why is the separation motor, uh, okay, let me ask you this question: why do we have these separation motors along with the main motors? Because we have not used the main motor, we can use them to separate it, the escape tower, right? Okay, let me answer. So first of all, many people think that this separation motors basically is used for reducing the G loads for the escape tower. I mean, yeah, that is right, but that is not the complete reason. And I would say that the answer, if you are giving me this answer, I won't take it, because yes, this is right, but this is not completely right. The main reason is, see, when this escape motor, see this scenario, okay, when this escape motor fires, in that case what will happen? This escape motor will fire if there is a case of anomaly or something like that, and it will take the Shenzhou craft to a safer altitude or a safer location, but then it needs to separate also, right? It can't be there, attached with the spacecraft. It needs to separate. The Shenzhou spacecraft needs to dismantle itself, the re-entry module needs to separate, and the parachutes need to be deployed. So these all things need to happen, and when it is attached and if the escape motor fires, then how will you separate it? In that case, you need separation motor. So this is the complete answer. Yes, it reduces the G loads for this smaller rocket, but the main reason is that when the escape motor fires, then you don't have anything to separate. So yeah, and this pitch and yaw motors are nothing but to control the pitch and yaw. If the escape is at the separation for the escape tower is at a low altitude, you need some pitch and yaw control to have a clean separation. And then we have this high altitude and low altitude separation system, high altitude separation motors. Here you can see, here these are the high altitude abort motors, and these are the high altitude separation motors. Same scenario. uh, okay, why do we need this now? I'll tell you. Let's move on. uh, yeah, I wanted you to see this thing. These are the high altitude abort motors, and this is the escape tower. So why do we need this? Because at one point of time, the escape motor will separate, but still the Shenzhou spacecraft will be attached to the core module as well as the second stage spacecraft. And in that case, again, if there is an anomaly, you need the escape capability, and in that case, these are the high altitude abort motors which will come in handy. These are like the shroud motors in the Soyuz, if you know that scenario. So yes, that is the case. Okay, now let's have a look at this Shenzhou spacecraft. Live stream from CNSA. I will switch over to them whenever they come live. Right now, we are just looking at all those things which we need to know about this. Okay, this is the Shenzhou spacecraft. So this Shenzhou spacecraft again has its similarity to Soyuz, but I won't say it is very similar. This has a service module, the re-entry module, and the orbital module. So if you ask me, why do we need these three sections, right? If we can just go away with re-entry and the service module, right? Um, See, there is some scenario in case this three configuration basically is used to save the mass of the re-entry. Okay, in if you only have the service module and the re-entry module, then this orbital module, whatever thing it is carrying, the cargo, the things, whatever it is carrying, needs to be incorporated in the re-entry module, right? And when that happens, the re-entry module will become big, and then the dynamics of the spacecraft will change. You need a bigger heat shield. You need to control it more efficiently. The heavier mass control is difficult. So that's why we have this 3 sections in which you can just discard this orbital module when you are coming back to Earth, and hence you have a very small re-entry module which is highly maneuverable, easy to control, and easy for parachutes to maintain that landing speed and touchdown. So that is the case, and that is why this is having this 3 modules. Now moving on, again, yeah, this is the things how it looks like, and these are the solar arrays, and here in the service module we have the engines. Again, the engines runs on UDMH and N2O4. We have talked about this. Now let's have a look at this. So this is the abort scenario. Let's have a look at the abort scenarios now, like how the abort would take place if that happens in the flight. So here you can see that we have a t equal to 0 second, which means if before the liftoff, if any anomaly happens, then we have a pad abort capability, which the Long March 2F rocket has. In that case, this whole stack will just separate from this rocket and fly away. And then after flying away, the fairing and the tower will separate, and the spacecraft will come out of it, and then it will land. This is the first scenario. Okay. The second one happens at t equal to 120 seconds. So this is the scenario which happens from t equal to 0 seconds to t equal to 120 seconds. Okay. uh, and means it is this type of escape is capable in flight also till t equal to 120 seconds, which is 2 minutes. So at t equal to 120 seconds, why do we have a different escape profile? Because the escape tower jettison itself. So when the escape tower jettison, now also you need to have that escape capability. So for that, we have this shroud motors, or the high altitude abort motors, which I just showed you. This one, when this tower jettison, this comes into play, and in that case, this again the stack will come out, and then the spacecraft will separate and land. Okay, this is the next scenario. And after that, till t equal to 120 to t equal to 200 seconds, this is followed. And after t equal to 200 seconds, the fairing separates basically. At this time, the fairing separates, and still it is attached with the second module. So now second stage basically. So now what will happen? How do we escape it if there is an anomaly in the second stage? So in that case, the whole Shenzhou spacecraft, since it is having the engines for itself, it will either abort to the orbit. You can see here it will separate from the spacecraft, the rocket, and abort to the orbit by using its own propulsion. Or if that's not possible, it will separate, but it will dismantle itself into 3 parts, and the re-entry module will re-enter the atmosphere and touch down. So this is the case till t equal to 200 to t equal to 583 seconds. And at t equal to 583 seconds, everything is fine. The rocket's job is done, and finally the Shenzhou spacecraft is separated. So these are the abort scenarios. If anything happens, how the things will look like. I just made a quick rundown to all those things. Okay, CGTN is live. Okay, is it? Let me just check if they are. I'll just keep it very short now. Yep. Okay. Um, I actually wanted you to see so much things, but I guess let's have a look at this. The mission profile. There will be a gravity means the liftoff. The gravity turn happens at t equal to 12 seconds. The escape tower separation. After the escape tower separate, the boosters will separate. The first stage will separate. After that, the second stage will ignite. Fairing separation. The second stage, main engine cutoff. Here you can see that uh, those smaller the vernier engines basically uh, doing its job. So just a sec. Yeah. And then finally the spacecraft separation, solar panels deploy. I actually wanted you to see so many things, but I guess I won't be able to see. This is the okay, we'll talk about this in other time right now. But here you can see this is a unique mission. I wanted you to see this one thanks to Fang Quingy in In, if I'm pronounced your name all right. This is a very interesting graphic which actually shows you that the Tianzhou 2 and the Tianzhou 3 both are docked with the space station. So if earlier in case the Shenzhou 12 during that mission, the Tianzhou 2 was docked here, and the forward docking port was empty, and the Shenzhou was just supposed to dock here. But since it is now not the case, they both are occupying the docking ports. There is one more docking ports below this node. Here it will come and dock with this Nadir port. If you are into that terminology, it will dock into the Nadir port, which is located below. Okay, so that is the case, and that's why this will be a radial rendezvous, and it will be different from it. And this is one thing which I would like you to know, that if they are unable to dock, because since this is a radial rendezvous and docking, then they have already emptied this Tianzhou 2. All the spacecraft contents from this, they have been emptied to the main core module. And if that is the case, if they are not unable to dock, they will undock the Tianzhou 2 and then redock the Shenzhou 12, Shenzhou 13 in this forward port. So this is the most important thing which you need to know. Okay, and yes, so they have this Tianzhou 2 docked right now because they want it to have a big garbage bag onto the space station when the crew arrives. So all the garbage will be stored into this Tianzhou 2 and then it will be discarded. So that is the thing. And talking about the main mission objectives, the Taikonaut long time stay in the orbit, which means around 6 months. They will configure, or you can say they will have all those what should I say, experiments going on. The Wenxian and Mengxian science modules will also come, and they will conduct the science experiments, out of cabin activities, which means the EVA activities. So the the crew is one of the crew is a female astronaut, and this will be her first female spacewalk, regeneration of life support, in orbit maintenance, supply for space station. So basically they are doing the 6 month stay to the station, which is the main highlighted point. Okay, and they will be using the robotic arm to dock the Wenxian and Mengxian port science module. Okay, I'm done. Now moving on to the stream. It's gonna use the robotic arm to dock. No, Chris, but it will be using. Thank you so much, first of all, for that super chat. But it will be using this robotic arm for the docking of the Wenxian and the Mengxian module. These are the science modules which will come during their stay, and the robotic arm will be used to dock those modules. Right now, they won't with the Shenzhou 12, Shenzhou 13 space. Okay, let me just move on to the stream. I think we have it here. Okay, just a sec.
There are many things to do on space, and they have been well trained in the tank, in the water tank. Of course, we simulate the microgravity environment with the swimming pool. So they dive that, and for even EVA simulations and everything. So they have been well trained, and I think they're more or less ready for this mission, and they look forward to this evening's great successful launch of the Shenzhou 13, and we all looking forward to a successful mission. Of course, the launching phase, 8 minutes is all it takes to the orbit, and it's 400 kilometers altitude. And then there will be rendezvous and docking with the station sometime early next morning. So it's going to be a 6.5-hour quick docking. Oh, we call it quick docking. It's already very fast. Otherwise, the traditional ways it would take 2 or 3 days. So this is something to look forward today, this evening, and tomorrow.
Our reporter just now talked about verifying technologies, which will be a key part of the astronauts' task this time. Let's reflect on what happened with the Shenzhou 12 crew. on board this space station. They carried out scientific experiments. They tested certain technologies, key technologies, when it comes to EVAs, when it comes to life support systems in that space station. What sort of technologies will be tested out this time with Shenzhou 13?
Well, it's good that you mentioned about Shenzhou 12. That's the first crew on board the Tianhe core module. And of course, the core module has to be validated for human missions. And so that is a key elements for the 3-month mission of the Shenzhou 12. And they tested life support system on the Shenzhou, on the Tiangong station. And that is a solid foundation for the 13th mission. So once the Shenzhou 12 validate and confirm that the life support system, the EVA facilities, the space suits, and all the equipments they brought on board are working and safe and sound, 13 can be focusing more on scientific missions.
Exactly.
6 months can be scientific plus educational and plus experimental. So there are many things that we can look forward to, like Wang Yaping have done before, that the young generations and kids are very much looking forward to these programs.
Actually, there's that female astronaut. She is a wonderful teacher, and she loves to teach in space. Teach physics lecture in space by doing experiments and all. So it would be very interesting to watch.
Kids and new generations, and even ourselves, are looking forward to those microgravity environmental testings, and also plus the scientific missions that, of course, we have selected more than dozens of missions from international cooperating partners for even cancer curing, and biological astrophysics, and many other things that are going to be putting on board this mission.
On this particular mission?
On this particular mission,
Wow.
some are shipped by the cargo ship.
And there we
others
have
are
it,
just-
guys.
Hold on for one second. We'd like to take our viewers to that send-off ceremony that is now taking place in Zhoushan. We met the 3 taikonauts yesterday at that press conference, and today again we're seeing them right now at that send-off ceremony. These are the 3 taikonauts that will be launched into China's space station this time. They're waving to the crowd.
There are hundreds of people there seeing off our hero astronauts, and the big board behind the astronauts showing you all the previous missions China has completed so far. 12 astronauts, 17 trips, 7 manned missions so far. And you know, last time when I covered the Shenzhou 12 mission 4 months ago, there were only 11 missions with 11 astronauts, with 6 manned mission.
Yeah, it will be the first flight for one of the astronauts this time.
Chief Commander, we are the crew to carry out the Shenzhou 13 manned space mission. Now we are ready. Please indicate. From Chinese People's Liberation Army Astronaut Corps, Taikonaut Zhai Zhigang, Taikonaut Wang Yaping, Taikonaut Ye Guangfu. Go. Yes, Commander. Salute.
Wow, this looks so great. Again, there's the
There you have
end
it.
of
Got the
ceremony
go-ahead.
is very great and beautiful, as you can see only the celebration and the crowd, and wow.
Who is the commander this time? He commanded the Shenzhou 7 space mission in 2008 and was the first Chinese astronaut to conduct a spacewalk.
A veteran space traveler.
Absolutely, lots of experience under his belt. The female astronaut you see is Wang Yaping. She will be the first female astronaut to visit Tianhe, the orbiting core module of the space station. She's also China's second female astronaut.
And she's a wonderful teacher. As I said, she during her first visit to space, she did some amazing lectures to the kids, to these college students and all those, by doing some physics experiments in space, which was very great. It was received very well by the kids, and she has indicated that she will be using this opportunity again to teach the kids by doing some experiments. So yes, I'm looking forward to those, which will be very exciting to see.
Shenzhou 13 mission. This mission that we're witnessing today will be his first space flight.
So a mix of newcomer and veteran travelers, they make a great team.
Absolutely.
And now they are waving to the crowds, big smiles on them, looking confident. They will be hopping on that minivan, which will take them to the launch pad momentarily.
Looks like they're all in good spirits tonight.
And the weather looks pretty nice. I mean, the sky
Their send-off
is quite-
ceremony is so cool, man.
And Mr. Xu, how do you see this weather condition? Is it an ideal condition for the launch?
Yes, we do see there's no strong wind and also no rain. That means that the weather conditions are very good for the upcoming mission. Of course, in 3 months, 3 hours, things could change, but I see there's no problem at this moment for the mission. And also the astronauts are dressed up in such a way that they're going to be in the capsule, and the shoes is only from the gate, from this gate to the capsule itself, and then the shoes will be
Outdoor
removed.
boots.
Yes, exactly, outdoor boots, and the boots is only for Earth.
Only for Earth.
They will get help actually taking the boots off before
yeah.
they enter the cabin.
Exactly, and they will have a new, very clean boots, and for the mission, and for the launch.
Because it's hard to maneuver, you know, that spacesuit is quite heavy. Actually, how much do they weigh, the spacesuit?
It's kind of clumsy, but the spacesuits are vary from different ones. This one, roughly 20 to 30 kilos.
Wow.
But with the space astronauts, EVA suits can weigh some 100.
100.
A lot
100
more
kilos.
heavier, yes.
So they're different. But once you're in microgravity environment, this is nothing.
don't feel it.
Yeah, you don't feel it. But it's kind of clumsy once you're in it.
So this is the suit for the takeoff, for re-entry. This is for intravehicular activities.
Exactly. Once you're in the suit, you can even pressurize yourself and with a supply of oxygens and control of temperatures. But that's basically it. It's not for EVA and for others. So once you're in the station, you can dress
Wow,
up. quick.
I mean,
But
such
this
a
is
good
for
ceremony,
launching
right?
And landing missions.
And as you can see, it's
And
it's
I
all
guess
dark
there will
blue.
be some celebrations along the way also. That was the case with Shenzhou 12, but let's see what will happen today.
The station itself is orbiting about 400 kilometers above Earth. So it circles about 96 minutes per cycle. So that means in every 1.5 hours you see sunrise and sunset. But that varies with the apogee and perigee because it's not a complete circle. It's like a elliptic shape. So you have to rendezvous and catch up with a precise timing of the of the Shenzhou 13 with the Tianhe. So that is a calculation of the orbit, the conditions, and the rendezvous timing, and as well as the overpassing of Chinese territories for TT&C purpose. So all of these are circles that you cross together. So this is the only window that is optimum.
Yeah, it looks like the motorcade is moving its way to the rocket. It's a couple of kilometers from the send-off ceremony to the site where that rocket launches.
Roughly 7
kilometers.
kilometers. Yes.
But they're going at a relatively slower speed, under the speed of 50 kilometers per hour.
So it's going to be
take
10 or 15 minutes to get there.
Why are they going at such a slower speed? Is there a particular reason?
There's no particular reason, but I think it's in store for the quicker speed that they're going to be in once you're in the rocket. So they're going to be traveling at supersonic speed once they're on
they
it.
don't mind.
But take it slowly. It's make sure that there's nothing goes wrong. There's no need for hurry. The time is well planned, and there are schedules and procedures to follow, and personnel and staff and supporting staff to be there at the right timing. And also, this mission, of course, you can see that safety has been considered as priority, rocket-wise and escape-wise. And escape-wise, there are many routes that the astronauts can escape. On the ground, in the first few seconds of the launching, and even at the final stage. So we see there are many safety precautions.
And I just explained you all those escape scenarios. So if you want to know about those escape scenarios, you can just rewind some part of this stream, and you should be able to see those escape scenarios.
It looks like people are lining the streets as the motorcade moves to the launch site. A lot of enthusiasm, major cheering as the motorcade moves its
And
way,
yes, there's
to the
celebrations and the cheering is on continuing on the way too.
Kids who go to school here at the base, more people are coming to the streets, cheering for them. This
It's
is
a great excuse
yeah.
not to go to bed so early on a Friday.
This is a
So they
shared
get permission
moment
from their parents to
for joy.
cheer this on. It's a proud moment for the Chinese, absolutely.
And earlier we did get a bird's eye view of the Tiangong, but you can't probably see it that clearly. But during the day, the view is incredible. It's like an oasis in the Gobi Desert. They were really putting out all the efforts there to make sure that the astronauts stay at the base as refreshing, as comfortable as it is, thanks to years of afforestation and tree planting.
What do you think they're doing in the bus right now?
There's a great view. That bridge is called the Rainbow Bridge by the local people. Its formal name is called the Shenzhou Friendship Bridge. Shenzhou友谊大桥, right? It's in the shape of a spaceship, really symbolizing the spirit of the Shenzhou missions.
Look how pretty.
Yeah. Well,
Wow.
I think they are chatting a bit. They look pretty chill. Not that
Yes,
nervous. I think they've
El
been working with each
Bureau,
other.
if I pronounce your name right, they are sending 3 astronauts or taikonauts to the station. 2 of them are male and 1 of is female, and they will be staying there for 6 months. This will be their long duration mission, and performing some science experiments, doing EVAs, and making sure those Wangtian and Mangtian science modules, which will be launched by Long March 5B rocket, comes there and docks perfectly to the station.
I personally ride motorcycles. I always think,
I know.
yeah, I always think that riding a Harley Davidson.
Okay, that's an that's a odd fact. Okay, cool.
To do.
But why is that so? Any Chinese friend here who could explain why is that an odd fact for the timeline?
Scheduled flights this year. We're going to have 2 more next year. Will it always be a 3-person crew, 3 taikonauts on each crew?
Well, this one is a three crew mission. Of course, that's the maximum capacity of the Shenzhou. And of course, China is developing a new generation crew capsule that is capable of putting 7 people at the same time. And they have done already a re-entry test, which means that they have dropped the capsule back to Earth from outer space already. So that is on the way of development. And currently, we're using the 3 crew as maximum capacity, not only to conduct its scientific missions, but also to conduct EVA coordinations and also construction of the station. The more people you have, the better off you are with the construction process. So that is essential for a three crewed mission.
Can we talk about the makeup of this crew? What are the considerations behind having 2 people who've already done it and another person who has trained for this, obviously, who was probably at some point a backup choice?
Trained for 11 years.
Yes,
for that
previous
matter.
crews. What are the considerations for coming up with a combination of taikonauts on a crew?
Well, I think the combination has to be veteran plus newcomers. It is the same if you're traveling, like for example, if you're selling an ocean ship with 3 people only, you have to choose a person which is veteran and old hand, had experiences, and be able to command and communicate with the ground. And also there's also a good combination of characters between the astronauts, so that they don't get into trouble once they're in space, because it's a confined space and it's only 3 people, and it's 6 months.
Yeah.
So that is long for 3 people psychologically. Not only physically.
And they have to work well with each other instead of just being excellent at their jobs by themselves, right?
Yes, teamwork is very important for the astronauts. Once you're not there just to spend your time for nothing, but you're there to build a station. So teamwork and also well-trained and simulations on the ground, repeated exercise and experiments are essential for the crew. So newcomers is always welcome, with energies, with innovative ideas, and also with good, maybe a good cooker is essential in the crew, because you need to change your taste once you're in outer space. There are many things that needs to be done in addition to scientific missions and performance of for example, the construction of the station itself.
And teamwork is especially critical when it comes to EVAs, because you work in pairs. When you conduct that spacewalk, one person stays behind to command, the other two walk outside of the module to conduct all this critical work together. It's not an individual assignment. It always comes down to how well a team does it together.
Yes, and also you need to have a very good confidence to your colleagues that they are able to support you, and also they have always to be prepared for emergency cases. For example, space debris or leakage of the spacesuit and many other things. So many factors has to be considered. So once you're in there.
Yeah, I think you're getting a visual of the launch tower, that really bright structure over there. They're getting close to the launch pad now as we speak. And we are about 2.5 hours till launch. Normally on a launch day, Mr. Xu, what would be the schedule for the astronauts? I mean, they had their dinner 6 hours before the launch. They put on their suits 3 hours prior to the launch. What else? What do they do on this special day?
Well, they normally get their heart rate checked periodically, so that they make sure that astronauts are not very nervous and have a nervous breakdown or anxieties or anything. So it makes sure that the astronauts are physically and psychologically.
Hey, Kiran. Hi, El Bureau. Yes, they are their escort, and they are right now going to the launch pad for their suiting, for their crew ingress operation, and then waiting for the rocket to lift off. So, yeah.
Someone has to stay on the shift. So it's a 6.5 hour after the launching. They will be rendezvous and docking with the station. After docking with the station, that is a key moment, of course. And then you have to open the hatch and check everything, and that it will extend that work for another 6 or 7 hours before they get a rest. So plenty of rest is very important before departure, and also suit up and meals and others, and also, like you have just seen, the farewell ceremonies and departures, and then after they get into the capsule, they're going to also have to sit there for 2 hours to check out everything and wait for the rocket to be unlocked and ready to launch. So there are many procedures to follow, and I think they have done it many times. And the astronaut it's not the first time China sent the astronauts to space. So they know the procedures. The old veterans would tell the young generations what to do and what to expect. And of course, there are thrilling moments. Once you experience the 4G launching, you will then all of a sudden, when the second stage engine shuts off, you get into microgravity environment. That is a very exciting moment.
Everything is floating.
Everything will be floating, and it is a once in a lifetime experience. And then you look forward to dock with the station. So that is something to look forward to, and of course they're excited. And they have to keep calm, otherwise they find you have a fast heart rate, and they will maybe change the astronauts.
I think we're getting very close to that launch tower now as the motorway continues to make its way.
And these astronauts, they have been under what we call level 3 medical quarantine right ahead of the launch. What does that require? I mean, they have to keep a certain distance from everybody who's not under quarantine. Is that right?
I'm not a quarantine expert, I know, but I have just heard from the journalists in front that they're saying that the press has been there for 2 weeks. I understand they have been quarantined or
going
somehow
through quarantine procedure as well.
They have to stay there for a good time so that they don't bring anything into space, in particular with the COVID-19.
Even without the pandemic, is that required for the press to do that 2-week quarantine?
It was not so strict at that moment, and quarantine was not considered a priority at that time. But this time, after that, even the cargo ship, they have to quarantine repeatedly, make sure that they are ready.
In terms of the work they do, the docking will be automatic, just like last time, right?
Yes, this time is the fast docking for 6.5 hours, and it's going to be like last time. It's controlled by ground. It's not a, manual rendezvous and docking. It's going to be automatic, and this is why this timing of launching it at 12:30 at this tomorrow morning. It's the calculation of the orbit of the Tianhe and the orbit of the Shenzhou 13 and the launching sequence. So it's the exact timing for the right window.
I think
for
I think they are entering the south gate of the launch pad. They are getting really close to the launch tower. They're heading to the launch tower. As you can see, that blue giant steel structure over there. The team is led by those motorcycles. We've just passed through a series of landmarks at the Dongfeng Space City. And Professor Yang Yuguang is joining us here in the studio. Professor Yang, let me bring you into our discussion. Talk to us about, the personalities of the crew. I know you've met Wang Yaping, one of our astronauts there, the female astronaut there. What's she like in person?
Well, that it is very interesting, and today, that just several hours before Yaping posted a WeChat moment.
And they have reached the launch pad, so we will now see the astronauts gearing up for their final ingress operations, and enjoy the operations right now.
Very prepared for this mission. I believe that she can fulfill the whole mission perfectly.
What did she say in that post on WeChat Moments?
She said she will be on a business trip for 6 months.
That's one long trip.
And also, she's always worrying about her daughter, a very lovely girl. So, but her daughter is so proud of her mother. And she said her mother will get some stars for her and even for her.
Well, she literally
classmates.
asked her mother to reach for the stars this time and bring her back some. As far as I know, Wang Yaping has promised her she will do just that.
And that's a good point because there are so many myths, right, about female astronauts. Some say that traveling in space will affect ladies' reproductive abilities, but both our two female astronauts, they are mothers, they have lovely daughters, they both gave birth after got back to the Earth. So that is not necessarily true.
Well, that's according to the criteria for selecting astronauts. The ideal female astronauts is those who have already married and also already have their kids. But it is not very necessary to have the kids. So, that as you mentioned, both our space girls, Yaping and Liu Yang, have, when they come back to the Earth, and they have very healthy daughters, both of them. So, in the future, also, because that the Yaping and Liu Yang belongs to the second batch of China's astronauts. For the third batch, we will also have scientists and engineers. Also, I believe there are female astronauts there. So I think that's the criteria.
I think the crew has arrived at the site. They just got out of the bus and are making their way to the launch tower.
So interesting fact here is that these guys actually carry a gun with them to the station and back. And why is that so? Can anyone tell me?
Please rest assured, we will definitely succeed in this mission. Salute. We will be waiting for your safe return in Beijing. I wish you every success. Thank you.
There you have it, the crew of Shenzhou 13 mission being greeted by senior military officials at the launch pad. The officials saying, we will wait for your victorious return. And they are now hopping on that elevator, which will take them up to the entrance of the spacecraft, which is located, as you said, on the 9th floor of the launch tower. And this is an explosion-proof elevator, is that right, Professor Yang?
Yes, that the launch complex is specially designed, and it also have to facing some special cases, as you mentioned.
Right.
Also, that there is an emergency escape channel for the ground crew and also for the astronauts. If anything happened to the launch vehicle, so they can escape to
yes,
the
Kiran Sa
underground
is right.
as soon as possible.
And that is the white tube on the left of your screen there. That is the emergency escape tube that Professor Yang is talking about. So in and case of an emergency, such as an impending explosion, they will slide down the tube to underground bunker.
Do remember the fueling? The fueling happened yesterday.
Right.
The Long March 2 have more than 450 tons of propellants. So that's very dangerous. So the ground staff, but you know that the ground staff can only leave about T-minus 30 minutes.
Right.
So during all this procedure, we have to dealing with the possible dangerous things.
So they have prepared.
Sure, yes. So the answer to that question was the yes, Iron Clue Gaming. You were right that if they land in a forest, then they have to protect themselves from the wild animals because the landing location is near the forest. So that's why they carry these pistol to the station and back. And yes, it is a great insight of this bunker. And what's a taikonaut? Well, it's a Chinese term for astronaut, like what Russian like to call them cosmonauts. Indians like to call them yomnauts, and we have Chinese which like to call them taikonauts.
The doorway. This is the 9th floor on that launch tower. They are in the company of personnel who will help them into the cabin.
Those persons are from the Astronaut Center in China. They're there to assist these astronauts. And you're hearing a series of status reports, actually, saying preparations are done, everything is going good. They will be taking seats at that area where you get access to the entrance of the spacecraft. They will be doing some final status checks, taking off the protective boots, as Mr. Xu mentioned earlier.
The earthly boots.
The earthly boots. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. They'll be sitting down and with the help of the service personnel, be taking down the boots.
You see those smaller cases, right? Those portable ventilation units. These astronauts are not using that this time.
Usually they use the ventilation power supply from outside. You know, that's what they are wearing is called the IVA spacesuit or intravehicular spacesuit. So when they get into the cabin, they can get the power supply and also ventilation from the spaceship. So now outside the spaceship, they also need this kind of a case.
Are we also getting visuals of inside the capsule?
Right, on your right.
Yes, Chris, you are right. That box is their portable life support system, which is actually, you can say that, life support system containing air and oxygen. And here you can see the views.
The outside of the capsule.
Okay, yeah.
That big door on the fairing.
So let me explain you the views. So these are the views of the rocket. And the bottom right is the re-entry module. The right up, the upmost right one is the orbital module, and then the outside view of those rocket.
From Mr. Zhai Zhigang and Mr. Ye Guangfu.
Wow.
So it's not like an airplane where you can switch seats with, your neighbors.
So I guess Mr. Zhai Zhigang, the flight commander, will be sitting in the middle.
Exactly. The commander always sit in the middle.
And the two flight engineers sit on his sides. Which orders will they be going into the capsule usually?
Well, at least we can confirm that Mr. Zhai Zhigang will be the last one to entering the capsule, because you know that he is the commander. He should sit in the middle, and he must be the last one.
My assumption would be the lady first. But it's the two of them will, the two new ones, the younger ones will go in first, and the commander will go last to sit in the middle.
And normally, what kind of procedures do they go through at this stage? Oh, they're taking off the boots for the astronauts.
Yes, they're going to be slided in to the capsule, but with a plank or something,
Yes, as Yan-Song has mentioned, there is a panel. You know that the whole spacecraft is closed by the payload fairing. So at current stage, we have a door on the side of the payload fairing, and there is a panel to connect the fairing and the orbital module. So the astronaut will go first into the orbital module from the side door, side hatch, and then go down to the hatch between the orbital module and the re-entry capsule, and then sit down.
Yeah, and on your left, you're seeing the launch tower. It hasn't opened yet, so you cannot see the white rocket just yet. But as we get close to time zero, those retractable platforms will open, revealing each part of the rocket.
And it's good that you mentioned about the rocket and also the capsule. Probably you understand that they separate into 3 segments: the orbit module, the return capsule, and the service module. So all 3 are being covered right this moment by the fairing. So you see a complete rocket with a fairing in it. So that is the difficulty of the astronaut getting into it. And you heard many of the audios from front. That is the drill for TTNC stations. They have a number of stations in China, and they have to drill and simulate the launch sequence many times. So we'll hear it many times. 5 minutes preparation and countdown. So that's the communication between the ground stations, so that make sure that once the ship is in orbit and in the launching sequence, there's no loss of signals, and we always keep communicating with the astronauts and the Shenzhou 13.
Right.
So
and
that is what they're doing with the background audios.
And I think the ground staffs are putting those gloves into the spacesuit's pocket for the astronauts, and those gloves will be the ones they will
Doesn't make sense to me. Wildflower, actually, this is not new. The Russian astronauts also uses one of the guns, carry one of the guns to the station. So, yeah, that's a thing which they do.
Giant yellow bag into the spacecraft, and I suppose that's for collecting those materials they won't be needing in space, like manuals, final checklists, like we've seen in previous missions. We're going to find out what they're going to be putting into that yellow
remember
bag.
with the last manned flight, they were flipping through manuals once they sat inside the capsule. They took their time to flip through a hard copy of the manual.
Exactly. That there are still a lot of work to do and very, very complex. So first, the most important thing is that the importance of the IVA spacesuits is that if any leakage happened to the cabin, it can have the second protection to the astronaut's life. So we must, after they entering the re-entry capsule, they must check the tight sealing of the IVA spacesuit, and also check the communication, the voice of communication with the ground staff. So this is very important for all of them. And also there are other procedures to check the status of the spaceship.
All right, final preparations are underway as we speak, and our correspondent Ning Hong is joining us live from Jiuquan. Ning Hong, great to have you with us this hour. What are you seeing around you? What is the latest at the launch site?
Well, I'm now at about 1,500 meters away from the launch pad, and now the taikonauts have arrived at the launch pad. They're now preparing to board on the Shenzhou 13 spaceship. You can see this rocket now because it is still covered by the rotating support platform. And after the taikonauts boarded on the ship, and the platform will start to open one by one from top to the ground. And we are now approaching the two-hour countdown. And I've talked to the deputy chief designer of the rocket, who just returned from the launch pad, and he said that the final test of all systems about the power system have already completed. And now, as the taikonauts boarding on the ship, they will go through all systems checks again, and also power on the rocket, which means that the rocket is really standing by. The weather here is a little bit windy, but according to weather report at the window, that's about 23 past 12 o'clock. Well, the weather is good for launch, and it is a very accurate window because after the rocket liftoff, it will take about 10 minutes for the spaceship to break off from the rocket and then entering the orbit. It is a near Earth orbit, about between 200 kilometers to 356 kilometers above Earth, and then it takes another 6 hours for the spaceship to docking with the space station. Well, there are many firsts this time because this is the first time that female taikonauts will enter the Chinese space station, and also she will conduct spacewalks in the coming future. And that's what we learned here. Back to you.
Ning-Hong, it's Zhongshi in the studio. Let me ask this one, if I may. We've been looking at live pictures of the taikonauts' final preparation before they enter the capsule. They do look cool, calm, collected. Zhang has been drinking bottled water. A lot of the things are very similar to what we witnessed with the Shenzhou 12 crew last time in June. You've been talking to ground staff there in Jiuquan. You've been talking to key engineers of this particular mission. Is there a sense, because we successfully launched the mission in June, this is just a couple months away, there is an increased confidence level with everybody, with ground staff, with engineers, with support staff, with the taikonauts. And now they're getting ready to enter the capsule, Ning-Hong, as we speak right now.
This is Ye Guangfu. Apparently, the newcomer is going into the capsule first.
And not lady first, apparently this time.
He was waving to the camera before entering.
And
the
here you
capsule.
can see that they actually ingress in through the orbital module, and then they go down to the re-entry module. So this is kind of a weird ingress thing which they do, but yeah, they do that. And hence the people who are sitting onto the sides of the seats, means the window seats basically, they go first for obvious reasons.
You can see a lot of packages. So these are the objects needed for
And you can see now this is the re-entry module. The
flying,
taikonaut is coming in.
the food supplies of the astronaut, and also some of the facility, some of the equipment for the scientific research experiments, and also there are their private belongings.
He first landed on the middle seat and is now making his way to this to the seat on the left.
So he is sitting closest to us. This man has been under training for 11 years, but this is his first trip. There you have it. Ms. Wang Yaping also waving to the camera. She is the second to go in. Earlier they were having some waters because they will be staying in the capsule for about 2 hours before takeoff, and that's a long time.
It is. And they're taking time and caution with every movement now. There's no need to rush. Everything is planned down to the last detail.
And this is going to be an exciting trip for Wang Yaping. She is going to conduct a spacewalk by herself. But Mr. Xu, to date, women worldwide have only participated in about 40 spacewalks, right? But there have been more than 200 spacewalks. Why aren't we seeing more female astronauts conducting spacewalks?
Well, I think it's the comparison of the selection of astronauts in the process. Previously has always been Air Force pilots as a priority. So that less female astronaut has been selected. That is why also we see less female astronauts are performing activities in outer space. But that is also changing at this moment. And we are even giving priorities to women, for women in space, and lots of activities.
And some studies actually point out females may be better suited for space travels than their male counterparts for physiological and emotional reasons. Is that true?
Long durations could be true. I mean, women are more enduring in process in life, and also for men are maybe even more hot tempers, and they have, they get angry very easily. So psychologically, it could be a good thing for female astronauts to stay longer in outer space.
Yeah.
And also we see in many movies, aliens and all that, and see female astronauts are over there.
The mission commander also entering the capsule. Just now we saw Ye Guangfu lending a helping hand as Wang Yaping moved her way into position in the capsule. This is the last of 3 taikonauts on this crew, Shenzhou 13.
And Zhaijigang will be staying in the orbital module for just a bit, checking off all the lists before heading into the re-entry module.
So
That's the
as you can
task.
see that this orbital module is kind of spacious for obvious reasons, but when the astronauts have reached the orbit, they try to have most of the time in the orbital module only, if because there's where you get the food as well as those science experiments, if any, and all those things. So most of the time when they are in the orbit, they are inside the orbital module only. In the re-entry module, they only have the essentials such as essential food, the life support systems, the survival kit, and all those things. That the orange bag which you are seeing in the re-entry module, which is the bottom right corner of the screen, that is that survival kit in which you can see this is that what should I say, the boat for them. So yes.
Why aren't we seeing more female
It's-
astronauts?
It's the process of selecting astronauts. I think once again, it's been military oriented in the beginning, and also then they gradually change into civilian process of selecting astronauts. So that's the same situation anywhere. I mean, even at work and somewhere, even you think men and women are equal, but once you get into the reality, you see more men are being active, in particularly in challenging tasks like outer space, like constructions, and like Air Force, military services. So that is the natural thing.
How important is physical strength when it comes to constructing the space station? Because even with China's space station, it's still under construction, will be complete by the end of next year. How important is physical strength in that process?
You're mentioning a very good thing. On the ground, physical things are very important. But once you're in outer space, muscles means nothing because you're in microgravity environment and your muscle is a waste.
So the EVAs, the spacewalks, won't be that much different for a female astronaut.
Steadiness is more important than the muscle and shear force. So you see the astronauts are finalizing their process, and they're going to close the hatch, and then the service staff will be exiting this facility and getting ready for launch. In fact, it's not only getting ready for launch. The astronauts are in fact in preparation for two things: launching and escaping. So they're constantly in their mind that they're ready to escape at any moment in case of dangers, and with a command, with a single command, they can escape at any stage.
And the escape tower works, what, in the first 120 seconds during the flight? That's
Yeah.
the window they have?
That's basically 3 stages of escaping. Once is the slide off into the bunker, and that's the first thing that prior to launch. During the 0 second launch, all the way to the 130 seconds, before they drop the escape tower, that's the escape tower that can drag the capsule away for safe landing with parachutes. And then after that will be a re-entry safe landing with the capsule itself and the deployment of parachutes on board the capsule itself. So 3 stages of safety precautions.
And has the escape system ever been tested? I mean, the rocket hasn't failed a single mission, a single manned mission. It has a pretty good tracking record. But what about, testing procedures? Have they tested ever?
Tested times after times and after times.
Wow.
Escape tower is a solid booster, as Yuguang have just mentioned. There are a few solid boosters that can provide very strong thrust, and that can be quicker than the rocket speed itself, and then drag the capsule itself on top of the
Yes,
rocket.
Way enough.
and
Far away.
thank you so much, ET, for that 5. Good to see you again, my friend. Have a cup of tea. For sure, I will have. And talking about again, I'm repeating this thing. Talking about this escaping scenarios, I have already explained that in my stream. You can just rewind a bit and you should be able to understand, if you want to, what are the escaping scenario during the mission.
Solid rocket engines on the tower to have this kind of escape. It uses some explosive to cut the connection between the between the re-entry capsule and the propulsion module from this level, and then the emergency escape system drags the whole payload fairing and also the orbital module and the re-entry capsule far from the rocket. And then, as Yan Song has mentioned, then the other option is the cutting of the orbital module and the re-entry capsule. Cut again.
Professor Yang, we are 2 hours away from the launch of that rocket. It's now 10:23 p.m. Beijing time. All 3 taikonauts have entered into the capsule and have seated into their positions. And just now the visuals showed us they were busy with final preparations inside the capsule right now. We are 2 hours away from the launch.
Exactly. So you see that about 6 hours, T-minus 6 hours before the launch, some special cargoes will be put into the orbital module. And then after that, we've already seen the procedure that the crew entering the capsule. And usually at this moment, they will check, as I mentioned, the tight ceilings of their IVA spacesuit to ensure their safety. And then they will have the communication test to test if the voice communication with the command center is smooth enough.
I'm always curious about this part because they seem to be flipping through that manual.
What's on that manual?
What's in that manual? And I always assume they would know pretty much everything in the manual by now, but they're still flipping through it.
Like how many items on that checklist?
Because it's very complex and have many steps. So each step is very important, very critical for their safety and for the normal operation of the spacecraft.
This is similar to takeoff of the airplanes. You know, before you take off the airplane, there are many things to check on the checklist. First, you'll have to open the flaps, and you have to make sure the engine is running well, and the communication does well, and also passengers on their seat, and safety sets have been secured and everything. So that is like a pre-flight list,
a to-do list of some
to-do
sort.
list, and then at every moment you have to do the right thing.
I guess they have to do everything meticulously. That's what happened with a space flight. It's a risky
How long
business,
before
after all.
the launch tower open up?
Sufficient time to do 2 hours is a lot of time to check out.
I guess, is that the escape tower you were talking about, or those arms?
So what can we expect in the next 2 hours? Their face shields are still up. They're not strapped in yet. They can still move freely in the capsule.
And
What's going to happen next?
maybe about T-minus 40 minutes, their safety belt will be fastened, and they will check this. You know that during the flight there will be a very violent vibration. So the fasten the seat belt is very important to ensure their safety. And also, they will check their status, including their healthy conditions, because you know that there are sensors on their bodies and also on the spacesuit, and the ground staff can check their status very carefully. So all this checking must be done in a very short period. And as you mentioned, they have a manual, and also they check their step by step. And at the meantime, you know that we've seen the cameras inside the cabin. And also at this moment, the rocket itself and the spaceship is checking its status. So maybe several hours before, some of the critical system has already been powered on. Some batteries are recharging now, recharging the batteries. And also in some cases, for certain minutes, for instance, maybe several minutes before the launching, the power supply will from the ground cables to the vehicle itself. So these are also very important steps for different subsystems. For instance, maybe the control system and also the telemetry system use different power supplies.
And as you were speaking, Professor Yang, they were fixing these orange belts on their thigh. Are those protective or protection belts, safety belts? And they were also holding those tubes.
Yes.
Those for?
You know that's as you have already asked previously. Outside the cabin, they have a case to provide ventilation.
Right.
At this moment, they must connect many cables and also many pipes to their spacesuit. At this moment, you see that the oxygen supply and the ventilation is provided by the cabin itself.
Judge guys pulling off that stick now. And after they put on the gloves, it's hard for them to
Yeah,
press on
those
anything.
yeah,
Use
exactly.
that stick to operate
Those
on the
sticks are used for the for operating the control panel, as because during the launch position they are away from the accessing that panel. So to access that control panel, they use this stick. The same thing is done in the Soyuz also.
I wanted to ask that. Who is the serious one of the crew? Who is the one who can crack a few jokes? You know, I would imagine they would want to have, you know, a mixed profile of mixed personalities. But before that, let me get to our guests. A number of scientific experiments from across the world have been shortlisted for the Tiangong space station. One project titled the Stereoscopic Investigations of Nebular Gas is now spearheaded by Professor Jayant Murthy of the Indian Institute of Astrophysics. He is now joining us via Skype. Great to have you with us this hour, Professor. Now, you are leading an experiment which will study the area between stars. Please explain to our viewers what this entails.
So what we have is, when you look up in the sky, of course, all you see are stars. You see the bright things. But there's a lot of space between stars, and that space is filled with dust. Not dust like you have in your living room, but cosmic dust. And this is really the building blocks of life, the cosmic dust. And you have a lot of gas. And most of that gas is hydrogen, but you also get other gas like metal, like helium and iron and so on. And so what we want to do is we want to look at those elements, and we want to find out what the temperature, the density, and the abundance, the amount of that material is. So really what we do is we find out the physics of that space between stars.
Professor, it's Zhongshi in the studio, and I understand the equipment for that is being built at present to be mounted on the space station next year. Construction of China's space station is still underway. Will your institute be looking for any status updates on this mission, the mission of Shenzhou 13?
Of course, we're very interested in the mission, and we're watching it with excitement. What we're doing is we're going to go ahead and prepare our experiment, and we should be ready by the end of 2022. So we hope that we will deliver to the Chinese space station by the end of 2022, and we launch in 2023. But either way, we will be ready. We plan to be ready regardless of any other.
And yes, this instrument is from the Indian Institute of Astrophysics.
Institute and the Chinese space program.
So yes.
We've been talking to the Chinese program since for the last 2 years or 3 years, and unfortunately, our program is running a little slow because we've had a pretty bad experience with COVID. But nevertheless, we're talking to them. We just sent them our design, the design for our instrument, and we hope to hear back from them soon. So we talk to them on a regular basis. We tell them what we're doing, and we ask for information about the space station. So everything is working well.
Professor, on top of your own work, we know 8 other projects have also been shortlisted. What are you looking forward to finding out on this mission? Are there any experiments you particularly are interested in to watch being conducted on the space station?
The big astronomy payload is the one from the no, I can't remember its name, but from the Europeans, and this is a follow-up to a gamma ray experiment that they've had before. So that is very interesting for us. But in general, we are very we're very excited by this opportunity to fly in the space station because of the chances it gives to institutes like ours, to groups like ours. See, we're a small group, like many of the other groups on the space station, and when the opportunity came to get a launch through the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs, that we have student-built experiments, as are many of the other payloads. And so this gives an opportunity for the students to get their work out into space. And so that's what really excites us, this chance that, this opportunity that it gives for especially the younger members of our team and of the other teams.
All right, thank you so much for these insights, Professor J.N. Murthy of the Indian Institute of Astrophysics. And if you're just joining us, you're watching our special coverage
And
of the Shenzhou
guys,
13th
yes, so this is the greatest example. You can see that space is one sector where humanity unites, and this is one of them, where Chinese space station will be using the, hosting the experiment from the Indian Institute of Astrophysics. So no matter what happens on the ground during this, when we are in space, humanity is united, and that's why we should be civil in the chat when it comes to space launches, right?
So I believe that during the Tianzhou 3 mission, they must have some food, especially for her. And also, Yaping also confirmed that there will be dumpling during the new year. So I believe that they will have the very delicious food. And also, Ms. Huang Weifen, also the chief designer of the astronaut system, has also mentioned that there are so many foods that there will be different for every meal for even 1 week. So each meal is different. You know that the Chinese food is the best one in the world. So I believe what she mentioned is true. And also, you know that the 3 astronauts come from different places. Mr. Ye Guangfu comes from Sichuan province. I believe that he prefer the spicy food. So I think there are also some food for him.
Yeah, with the last mission, we already had a variety of foods for the
Kung Pao
taikonauts.
chicken.
Kung Pao chicken, they have apples, a lot of fruits.
鱼香肉丝 fish flavored pork slices. I love it.
So the work might be hard, but they don't have to do it without tasty food.
You know that these food are specially designed. The reason is that, you know, because of the difference between the gravity environment and the microgravity, the blood will be redistributed. So there will be more blood comparing with the ground on your tongues. So the tasting will be quite different in space and comparing with that on the ground. So although maybe the components are the same, but the proportion may be different for each kind of food to adapt this kind of special environment.
Professor Yang, thank you. We'll get back to you in just a few moments. You're now watching this special coverage of Shenzhou 13 spacecraft launch. It's part of China's efforts to build its own space station by the end of next year.
That's right. The 3 taikonauts will head to the core module of China's space station known as Tianhe, which was launched back in April. They will spend 6 months up there building the space station. And Shenzhou 13 is part of China's efforts to complete the building of a space station set to be completed by the end of next year. Our Gao Yiming looks at what to expect.
The building of the Tiangong space station is a lengthy and difficult process. Altogether, it involves 11 different journeys into space, 4 crewed flights, 4 cargo flights, and 3 to set up the actual parts of the space station. A logistical monster, but a good start is half the battle, they say, and China has certainly managed that. It all began in late April when the most important section of the space station, the core module known as Tianhe, was launched from Wenchang Space Launch Site. Tianhe will serve as the living quarters for crew members and will provide the space station's power and propulsion. It'll be joined later by 2 further capsules where the astronauts will carry out their experiments. The capsules named Wentian and Mengtian will attach themselves to either side of the core module, making a T shape. Exactly 1 month after Tianhe's launch, Wenchang was a hive of activity once again. It was time for the first shipment of cargo on board the Tianzhou 2 spacecraft to be launched. With nearly 7 tons of cargo, it marked the debut for China's space station cargo transportation system. It included propellant and supplies to support human life in the space station.
3、2、1，点火！起飞！
The third journey was a real landmark occasion, which saw the arrival of the first people on Tiangong. Shenzhou 12 mission involved 3 Chinese astronauts who stayed there for 3 months. Commander Nie Haisheng is one of China's most experienced taikonauts. He was selected for the country's first cohort of taikonauts back in 1998 and was a flight engineer on Shenzhou 6, China's second manned spacecraft. Liu Boming was part of the 2008 Shenzhou 7 mission, China's third manned spaceflight. And Tang Hongbo made his space debut in this mission. The trio conducted a series of technical tasks, such as repairs and maintenance and adjustments to equipment and payloads. They returned to Earth on September the 17th. Their 3-month journey set a new national record for the longest stay in space. 3 days after their return, China sent the second cargo spaceship Tianzhou 3 to Tiangong. The next chapter of this remarkable story will be written in mid-October, when a second crew will arrive at the space station. 2022 promises to bring even more excitement and construction as Tiangong gradually takes its distinctive T shape. Gao Yiming, CGTN.
I want to get back our reporter Liu Jiaxing now. She is joining us from the launch site in Jiuquan. Good to see you again, Jiaxing. Earlier you were at the Wentian Hall where the astronauts were given a warm send-off ceremony. Where are you now and what do you have for us? Jiaxing, can you hear me? You got me?
Okay. Oh, yes.
Talk to us. What are you seeing? What do you have for us now?
Okay, yeah. So it'll be the second space mission with the taikonauts on board this year, and it's also the last mission of China's space mission to verify the key technologies of the space station. Right now we are at the launch site of Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. The temperature here is 8 degrees Celsius, feels much colder, and right behind me is the launch pad. Right now the rocket has been covered by the launch pad, and later at about 2 hours countdown, the pad will open layer by layer from the top to the bottom to reveal the whole image of the Long March 2F rocket. Well, for more on the Shenzhou 13 mission, this time they will send 3 taikonauts with 1 female taikonaut, Wang Yaping, into the space station for a 6-month stay. And for more on the highlights of the Shenzhou 13 mission, we are honored to be joined by the head of the launch system, He Pengju. He 老师您好。Okay.
Regarding the Shenzhou 13 launch mission compared to the previous Shenzhou 12 mission, do please talk more about the highlights for this time? For Shenzhou 13 launch compared to the Shenzhou 12 mission, the carrier rockets and also the spacecraft, actually they waited in this position for 6 months. Before for standby for the mission, and then later on for prepare for the normal process, and also for the upcoming mission for the aircraft and also backup rockets. Actually, this is all in this new system and process, and this is also our new way of working. So we'll continue this process. So we consider like Shenzhou 14 right now is also ready. Yes, Shenzhou 14 right now is in the standby mode, and also for the other missions. And for the Shenzhou 13 launch, anything else this time? So from the look, from the appearance of Shenzhou 13 spacecraft, actually quite identical to Shenzhou 12. Right now, looking at the performance and the function, quite the same. And this time for Shenzhou 13, we look at this model, and this actually we are doing the radial rendezvous and docking. Talking about the difficulty this time, actually compared to the previous one, because Shenzhou 12 actually is docked with the combined from the front port. So this is the most difficult part this time. And we will finish the construction of China's space station next year, 2022, and we will perform 11 missions. So this is basically one after another in a very tight schedule. So talking about the launch side, what kind of preparation we have done? Before Shenzhou 12, the launch site actually gone through the multiple updates and improvement in order to lay a solid foundation for the following up launch missions. And for the tight launch mission, we had a quite firm team to make sure that we have the same team to carry out the whole mission. Right now we're looking at this is the rockets for Shenzhou 13 launch. And talking about the whole framework construction and why that we need to actually cover the rocket before the actual launch time. So this launch pad actually provides a closed environment, so it can change the temperature before the mission, and also right now our taikonauts already on board inside.
And we can see those platforms opening, and thank you for noticing Wildflower. That was my at my end, but right now you can see that their studio is outside, which is very great. They don't do it often, so yeah, it's like NASA's one, right? NASA used to do this, but now we can see the platforms are opening, which means we are going in good with the launch. Everything is looking great. The weather is cooperating. The astronauts have already ingressed the capsule, and we are waiting for all the preparations to commence and this beautiful rocket to lift off.
Wind direction, that's the main driver will impact the launch.
So because we're in a place with a lot of wind, sometimes the sandstorms, so we have to pin down the right time.
And in this view, you can also see those escape motors as well as separation motor. The big motors, the big red nozzles are the escape motors, and the above it are the smaller one are the separation motors. And I've already explained why do we need both of them, right? Because if escape motors fire, then we need something to separate also. Then that's where the separation motors comes into play. So yeah, the looks are great right now. The looks are beautiful, and I am very much looking forward to see a beautiful liftoff, a night liftoff for a UDMH rocket. Oh, we are up for a great treat today.
And also the outer surface of the rocket, that is very important, and also the entry into the capsule, and also the entering or the initiation of the liftoff procedures, and then we're gonna power all the systems and subsystems, and this is also a key milestone. I have another question. So this is the layout of the space station. Tell me more about the layout of the space station. Well, the configuration of the layout.
How strong is the booster? Well, Stanley, the core stage has 4 engines, and there are 4 boosters also attached to it, the side boosters that has 4 engines again. So there are in total 8 engines in there, right? So that is pretty powerful, and it one engine produces around 840 kilonewtons of thrust.
For the time of the rendezvous, there won't be too much impact because we are adopting this automatic docking. So if we are docking from the front side, these 2 objects, they are in a linear relationship. And right now we are docking like this, and it's quite different. So you have to perfectly manage the relative speed of these 2 objects. So tell me about this power system. Is the power system sufficient to guarantee power supply and the normal operation of the 3 modules in outer space.
The clock is corrected, Angel, so now it is good.
One more question about the timing of the liftoff. And last time the Shenzhou 12 mission was launched in the daytime, but why we choose night for this mission? Well, this is because the calculation of the orbit, and we have to calculate where our capsule is in orbit, and also you need to take into consideration the climate information, and this includes the weather conditions at the launching site and also the maritime weather above the ocean. So based on all those conditions, we have made such decision on timing. Is there any new challenge for the launch system? What preparations have we made since the last mission? To ensure the successful operation of this mission, we have made a lot of preparations. During technical preparation, we started to take into account different phases of projects of the liftoff. So the crew is going to stay in orbit for 6 months, and they will conduct 2 to 3 extravehicular activities. So what are the possible challenges for EVA? Because I'm not on top of this, I don't have much information to share. I can maybe later direct this question to my colleagues.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, thank you very much for Mr. He to join us for this this live show. And we are now at Tianhe Satellite Launch Center. This is the second space mission with astronauts on. So yeah, for more, we will keep you posted with the other experts on the rocket system later. So join us later. Back to you, back to the studio now.
Thanks so much, Jiaxing, and many thanks to your guests as well. That's Liu Jiaxing joining us live at the Jiuquan launch site. Now, earlier, as Jiaxing and her guests were speaking, we witnessed a key step at the launch tower. The top level of that launch tower has opened, revealing the escape tower. So that's a critical moment that happened at around 1.5 hours ahead of takeoff, so T-minus 1.5 hours. Now, space travel enthusiasts across the world are looking at today's proceedings with keen eyes, and one organization in particular, the Moon Village Association, hopes it can facilitate future moon exploration and utilization. And joining us now is the president, Dr. Giuseppe Raiboldi. Doctor, glad to have you with us. Talk to us about your organization and how the Tiangong space station could fit into its goals.
So, yeah. So I would say that the Moon Village Association goal is basically to create a forum to bring together stakeholders like space agency, industry, as well as international organization, as well as university, aiming to explore the moon in a peaceful and cooperative way. So the organization is aiming to pull together all these different stakeholders in order to have a fair, equitable exploration of the moon. As far as basically the mission that we are going to witness today, it is remarkable because we have it really live, and I think this is a very important milestone in terms of, let's say, giving this message across the world. The Chinese space station and the launch that we are witnessing is a major milestone in the direction of global international cooperation, because this is opening up the Chinese space station in a similar way like International Space Station did more than 20 years ago to international collaboration. So we are really looking with a lot of interest and with a lot of expectation that the second crew will join basically the Chinese International Space Station and the international participation that this will bring with a number of experiments from all over the world.
Dr. Raiboldi, for ordinary people watching a manned space flight, they think about how far they are away from possibly embarking on a trip like that. And we know state and privately sponsored space travel is frequently making headlines these days. How long do you think it will be before a trip to space
I guess
becomes
Wildflower basically they must be having two sticks, one which they will be holding, the other one if they drop it, they must be having some, a backup stick kind of a thing beside their seat. I'm just guessing, I don't know, but yeah, that is one problem which they need a solution for, and I guess they already have one.
Jeff Bezos' New Glenn. So let's say the kind of space tourism is coming up. Of course, the cost is still extremely high, but as it was for the, let's say, airplane travel quite a number of years ago, this has been only for few people. In the case of space, there are at least two, if not three critical issues. One is the cost, but the cost, we are extremely, let's say, hopeful that with the increasing number of, let's say, potential customer as well as technology of full reusable system, the cost will come down. So the one of the critical issues is that going to space and going to orbit, those 200 kilometers, is subjecting the body to strong, let's say, environment. So this, I'm afraid, is not going to be like for an airplane, let's say, trip. It's still going to be, at least for a while, something that is going to be for people which are fit. But I think is a very first important to bring people close to space.
And now it's almost T-minus 90 minutes for Shenzhou 13 mission as we speak. All the astronauts are strapped in the returning capsule of the spacecraft. Now, Dr. Ribaldi, your organization emphasizes the collaboration between the public and private sectors, right, as well as different countries. Is this feasible?
I think not only is feasible, it is actually necessity because the government have a limited amount of funds that they can dedicate to space and space exploration. So we do need to increase the amount of funds which are going in the space exploration.
Right now, they are closing the orbital module hatch, or you can say the hatch which connects to the re-entry module. Once they do it, for right now, they're checking for any leaks or any contaminants. Once they are sure, they will leave the building and close this hatch also, which is outside of this build. I mean, the top left corner. So yeah.
As well in the Earth observation, navigation. So now, as far as concerned space exploration, this is what is going to happen. Industry are seeking to open new market like space resources, space tourism, and many others, and this will increase the amount of money which will then be able to increase the exploration. So it is not only desirable, but it is a necessity.
Dr. Ribaldi, you talked about bringing this space closer to people. How do we do that? As media professionals, we are hoping that our broadcast cultivates an interest and a passion in people, because this is truly a fascinating, this is a great cause on so many different levels. But what is the responsibility for scientists? How do scientists foster further interest in space and space exploration?
Well, I think space exploration and space, let's say in general, it's a very fascinating. One of the key elements is to bring this fascination to everybody. So to everybody, including and in particular starting with the children. So one of the key for a sustainable exploration is to have a sustainable stream of enthusiastic people and high qualified people to work in it. How we do that, of course, it is not only one simple action, but there are many actions.
Pizza Hut has already made it to the space. This was the pizzas were delivered to the ISS once, and it was kind of, you can say, publicity stunt by Pizza Hut. But yeah, Pizza Hut has reached space.
let the people know what's happening, like the moon exploration is happening and is happening now. Not many people are knowing that. So I think the public and the media company like yours have an important responsibility to bring this kind of message to the public.
Thank you so much for your analysis and your insight, Dr. Giuseppe Reboldi. Appreciate your time. And let's get back to our studio conversation with our guests here. I mean, you two are obviously enthusiastic about space and space programs. Now that we see China's manned space program is picking up pace, do you think there has been enough interest on the part of the Chinese people towards our own space program? Professor, let me start with you.
Oh yes, I think space has been separated, in my mind, 3 or 4 segments. The first segment, of course, is satellite technologies, launch vehicles. You know, we launch satellites, what we call navigation, communication, and remote sensings and scientific missions. And all of these are one scenario. So you have a near-Earth orbit scientific scenario for communications, weather forecasts, meteorologies, and many others. And this is for support of the day-to-day life in our people. And you don't feel it, and you take it for granted. So once you switch it off for one day, you feel it. You know, you don't have navigation, you don't have weather forecasts, you don't have telephone services and all that. So that is very important backbone for space programs. And second segment is the exploration program projects. We call it lunar missions and Mars missions, Chang'e mission, and Zhurong, and many other missions that we have put into Moon and Mars. And that is more what we call robotic missions to outer space explorations. And third is our manned missions that we're seeing today, Shenzhou 13, ready to be launched, and came all the way from Shenzhou 5. Now we have manned onboard the missions, and also we have these manned missions are more inspiring to the populations. You know, we have manned in outer space. That is very inspiring and very, you know, make Chinese very proud and make the public very aware that we have a space program. You know, that is the key element of the manned mission. And also, I think in the future, we don't want to exclude the possibility of merging robotic missions with the manned mission. For example, we set a step on the moon in 10 or 15 years. That is not a impossibility because we have matured our technology so much in the Chinese space station and in the Shenzhou missions, and also in our robotic exploration of the moon. So there's possibility in the future.
Professor Yang, I know you are always on the lookout to make your passion known to people about how much you're interested in the space program because this is your line of work, but you're also welcoming more people to get to know our space programs better, to take an interest in what so many people have dedicated their lives for.
Well, you know, I always think it is my duty. It is the duty of our space sector to let the public know the importance of the space activities. You know that, as Yan-Song has mentioned, our navigation satellites, our communication satellites, our Earth observation satellites, all these satellites can serve the national economy directly, and we can get direct returns from these kind of space activities. But for the exploration, either the manned space programs or the deep space explorations, all these are usually the returns are indirect. So we must let the public know that although there are also some direct examples, for instance, the diapers for the babysitters and also the non-stick frying pan, these are direct transformation, and also the dried vegetables. These are some direct transplanting of the technologies, but most are indirect ones. It needs a lot of time, and also we cannot see that directly.
All right, there's a major movement there. I think they're preparing to close the hatch of the re-entry module. Is that happening right now? They were taking some pictures, documenting everything, of course, but they will have to first close the hatch of the re-entry module, then the door on the spacecraft, on the fairing. Right?
Yes, the sequence what you mentioned is correct. First one is to close the hatch between the orbital module and the re-entry capsule, and then close and seal the side hatch of the orbital module, and the last one to close the panel on the payload fairing. And also, you know that during this procedure, there are also many other steps. For instance, to control the atmosphere inside the cabin. You know, that's the ventilation and also the provide the oxygen to the astronauts, and also the thermal control is very important.
Right.
Usually, in a certain step of the counting down sequence, we designed a time point. At this moment, we switch the status of the ventilation system, the thermal control system, and so on.
So air tightness is crucial there.
Yes, it's the most crucial one. You know that the disasters do happen before. During the Soyuz 11 mission, because it is the first mission to a space station in human history. They stayed there very successfully for 23 days. But during the re-entry, because of the malfunction of a valve, so there is a leakage of the air of the cabin. So because you know that at that moment, the Soviet Union cosmonauts did not wear IVA spacesuit to save the mass, and they lost their lives, and very, very painfully.
Yeah, that's disastrous. You could never get things back from there. And earlier we were talking about commercial space travel, right, with Dr. Ribaldi. This year we've seen some great breakthroughs in commercial space travels with SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, Blue Origin. Does China have similar plans, Mr. Xu?
Well, we do have space sectors, and we, you know, I've been using TikTok many times, and we saw many good news. Even the good news that one of the private sector's reusable rocket has been successfully airlifted into 100 meters and then safely landed back. So it's similar to the SpaceX, Elon Musk, you know, Falcon spacecraft, you know, rocket system. So they are able to land safely back to the ground. So the private sectors are doing a lot of experiments. We do have rocket private sectors. About 6 or 7 companies are competing and making rocket and rocket testings and rocket launches in private sectors. But those are not human rated. What we're talking about, Virgin Galactic, you're talking about Blue Origin, those are, you know, passenger, like space tourism, you know, including SpaceX. They send 3 astronauts for space tourism purpose. Right in China, at this moment, we're still focusing on satellite launching capabilities.
So those rockets developed by these private companies here in China, what will they be used for satellite? But will they be included in government-led campaigns, space programs, or they will be fully funded by private company missions?
At this moment, the private sectors are fully funded by private sectors. And they have, you know, money-raising mechanisms, and they develop their own rocket technologies. In fact, they're competing with the state-owned enterprises like Chinese Academy of Space Technology, CASC and CASIC. They have their own rocket technologies. But those private sectors are focusing, you know, on smaller launch vehicles. As you said, they're focusing on satellite launching capabilities only.
Right. But what will be the impact of the expansion of commercial space endeavors on existing government-led programs? Do you see an impact worth noting?
Well, I would say the private sector development is more of a conducive process. You know, it can validate more new technologies, either re-entry, reusable, or engine technologies. Like methane technology, methane rockets are being tested by private sectors, and that are jointly developing satellite these technologies with the state-owned enterprises.
So, Mr. Fusion, that structure which you are saying will, you know, slide away. The rocket will move forward. So, no, that won't stay there. Those will move away. Yeah.
Used for future missions. So this has always been good things to encourage private sectors to get involved in space programs.
Will the participation of private sectors also encourage some of the transformation of what would otherwise be exclusively space technology? Professor Yang, you gave some great examples of what used to be exclusively space technology, but now everyday commodities, and people benefit from the process of transformation. Do you think the involvement, the participation of private sectors will encourage that process? And what exciting transformation could we be expecting in the short to middle term?
Well, you know that according to the opinions of the China government, we don't compete with the other countries, so we don't engage in any space race. So we develop our space program only according to our own needs, to develop our high technology to promote our national economy and our daily life. But you know that on the commercial field, you see that they do have competitions between different companies. So these kind of competitions, we can name that as a good competition, because this kind of competition can bring the innovation in technology and also can bring the reduction of cost. So I think it's a good thing to see both state-owned companies and private companies engaged in this field. I have a very special example. You see that the first private company in China achieving an orbital launch is come from the Parabola rocket, solid rocket, comes from the Beijing Interstellar Glory company. You all also know that I come from a state-owned company, and I have a payload on board this rocket. So you see that although do have some competitions, but we also have cooperations, because I made the satellites and they made rocket, so we can cooperate together. So this kind of competition in commercial field, as Yan-Song has mentioned, will be very intensive, but it's a good competition. As I emphasize, it can bring the innovation. Okay, we can just hear from the front about the status report.
Usually what happens right now, we still saw some staffs working at the launch tower. When will they be pulling back from the tower?
Well, you see that, as your colleagues at the front has already mentioned, there are several rotational platforms. So we'll, after the checking of the status of the Long March 2F rocket, carrier rocket, we will turn some arms open. And then you see that, as I mentioned, there are many critical steps. For instance, the transfer of the power supply, switching from the ground supply to the vehicle itself, and also the checking of the telemetry system. So after some checking, we will open another one. So finally, after all the platforms are opened, we will also, at this moment, still have rotational arms, not the platforms, close to the vehicle. And on these arms, we also have pipes and also the cables to control or provide the gas, provide the power supply.
The platforms will open later, so will the retractable arms attached to the rocket. Now, as the current vehicle for China's manned missions, the Shenzhou 13 spacecraft is generally seen as a continuation of its predecessor, both in terms of appearance and functions. But there's one key difference, as CGTN's Liu Jiaxing explains.
China plans to launch 4 manned spacecraft during the 2-year construction phase of its new space station. They're called the Shenzhou 12, 13, 14, and 15.
The 4 ships from Shenzhou 12 to Shenzhou 15 are basically the same. This is the principle of our design. If the ships are different from one another, the ground control can be confusing. We want the ships to be stable.
Basically the same, but there are subtle differences, as engineers learn more from each mission. Insiders say the Shenzhou 13 spacecraft has an eye-catching new docking method.
If all goes well, after Shenzhou 13 spacecraft enters orbit, it will independently and quickly dock with the Tianhe core module from the radial direction. And then it becomes part of a combination with Tianhe core module, Tianzhou 2 and Tianzhou 3 cargo ship.
Yes, this is the difference actually.
The spacecraft will follow the track that's behind and below the station, catch forward towards the radial docking port. After that, it will pitch 90 degrees and then roll 180 degrees so it can go straight ahead.
Experts say such flexible docking technologies will provide more room in the space station and help with the remainder of the construction phase. Liu Jiaxing, CGTN, Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center.
All right, let's get back to our studio guests here. We talked a lot about the possible cooperation and collaboration between private and public sectors when it comes to space endeavors. But what about what's going to happen on this mission? We talked a little bit about what to expect in terms of technological and scientific experiments. Professor Yang, let's pick up the conversation with you now. We do know that a lot of the technology verification that was carried out on the Shenzhou 12 last time, we will build on that. So the experiments that will be carried out this time, how will they differ from the ones carried out on Shenzhou 12 mission, and what new technology will be tested and verified this time?
Well, you know that the Shenzhou 13 mission is the last mission during the technology verification phase. So in this phase, we will test all the technologies which has not been used before. For instance, we have already mastered the crew transportation technology, the extravehicular technology, and the rendezvous and docking technology before the launch of the Tianhe 1. But all these three fundamental technologies of manned space activity, not all the necessary technology for building a space station. For instance, we've already tested the long-term residence in space by the Shenzhou 12 mission, but only 3 months. So this time, 6 months is quite different. Although it has already been tested effective, our measures to counter the microgravity influence to the weakening of our muscles, of the loss of bones or loss of calcium, and also the weakening of our neural system. But 6 months is quite different. In the future, you know that the routinary change of our expedition team will be 6 months. So it is necessary to test that first. Our measures is the treadmill, the space bicycle, and also other things if these kind of measures are okay. And also nutrition is a very, very important thing. We've already talking about the menu of their daily life, but also we should have other restrictions and considerations about the calcium and also the energy in their everyday life. So we must follow the suggestions and those from the ground staff. And moreover, you see that we have also some very complex tasks during this Shenzhou 13 mission. You know that today's launch, after this launch, it will be the first time for China Aerospace to dock with the space station from a radio docking pod or the Earth-facing docking pod. This is quite different. You know that during the years before, we have docked from the front docking pod or from the rear docking pod. Theoretically speaking, this kind of docking, the approaching spacecraft are in the same orbit of the target. But if you dock from the bottom, because the altitude is different, so theoretically speaking, they are in a different orbit, and this relative position is not stable one. So there is a very critical requirement to the whole approaching procedure from this kind of docking.
Yes.
You know that
Radiance
during the
docking is actually very difficult.
They also partially test this technology. So they perform the approaching process from the bottom, but not dock. So this time we will actually perform this one. We may also notice that although you know that the only manual dockings by China Aerospace is performed by the Shenzhou 9 crew, Mr. Liu Wang, and the Shenzhou 10 crew by Mr. Nie Haisheng. But you know that Miss Wang Yaping is also a member of the Shenzhou 10 crew. So she was trained before about the manual docking. And also you may notice that she is also the backup crew of Shenzhou 12. So we can believe that she has a lot of practice on this kind of training, as well as Mr. Jia Zhigang. So if anything wrong happened to the automatic docking system, as Shénzhou has mentioned, we can switch to the manual docking and ensure the safety and the reliability of the whole approaching procedure.
This is all fascinating. I do want to pick your brain on one specific thing about that robotic arm, which was a big feature of the EVAs the last time because they relied on the arm to install devices and to help them carry out a lot of their work in those spacewalks. Will there be new tasks involving the robotic arm this time? And will it be how often is the robotic arm working automatically compared to manually?
Well, you know that this time our EVA will have a very, very important task to install an adapter between what we call the big arm and the small arm. You see that the current arm on board the core module is a big arm with a length of
I guess
10
that
meters.
is temperature, wind speed, 30 kilometers. I don't know what it is, and 8 is also I don't know. So if any Chinese friend is here, can anyone translate what are these readings for?
Come together to form a bigger arm about 15 meters long. So we need an adapter. At this moment, this time, the Shenzhou 13 crew will install this adapter or connector between the small arm and the bigger arm. So this is a very important preparation for the future operation of the station, as you mentioned. And also, there is a more important task for them. You see that at present, the Tianzhou 2 cargo spacecraft and the Tianzhou 3 cargo spacecraft are docking to the station. And this time, in the future, you can seldom see this configuration. This is because we are in the technology verification phase, and we need to test the technology, what we call the transfer technology, transfer the object from the front docking port to the side berthing port. So this is very important as a backup measure for the future construction of station. You know that the Wentian module and the Mengtian module should first dock to the front docking port and then transfer to the side berthing port. So this procedure, we must ensure the success rate. Usually, we use the transposition mechanism, which can be recognized as a very small robotic
visibility.
arm. This is a major measure. But we also have backup. If the transposition mechanism does not work, we still have the big arm to help the transfer. But we must test that first. So this time, our Shenzhou 13 crew will monitor this transfer. Maybe it is an automatic one, but it can be well monitored by the astronauts. And also, we will test the technology of remote operations, either by the ground crew or by the astronauts.
And you're now looking at the live picture of the control center. Earlier, we did see some weather data being shown up on that big screen up there. Wind speed is 4.3 meters per second. Temperature is 7.1 degrees Celsius, much cooler than the previous mission, Shenzhou 12 mission. Visibility 30 kilometers. Pretty nice weather for a launch. And you're now watching the special coverage of Shenzhou 13 spacecraft launch. 3 taikonauts will shortly be lifted into space as part of China's efforts to build its Tiangong space station.
They have entered the capsule and are ready for takeoff. Let's now take a quick look back.
出发，是，敬礼。
Okay, so I guess I can take some questions right now. So we are right now T-1 hour and 5 minutes away from the launch. Everything is looking great and we have a great visibility to 30 kilometers, which is like the best you can get for a launch of a UDMH rocket, which will be pretty to see, right? And then we just a sec. Yes, so this mission is supposed to be there for 6 months, and during this 6 month stay they will dock Wenxian and Mengxian module, science module, which will be launched by Long March 5B rocket in the coming months. And they will dock those Wenxian and Mengxian science modules using a robotic arm. So that is one thing which you need to consider. And one important and interesting fact about this launch is that the Tianzhou 2 and the Tianzhou 3 module, which are the cargo module to the station, are attached to the station, which means both the ports, the Tianzhou, the cargo port, which is reserved for the cargo resupply mission, and one Shenzhou port also, which is used for Shenzhou docking, is taken up by a cargo module. Hence, they will perform a rendezvous and docking to a radial port. And if in case something goes wrong, they can detach the Tianzhou 2 module and burn up in the atmosphere, burn that up in the atmosphere, basically, because they have already taken out the contents of the Tianzhou 2. And yeah, if they are unable to dock radially today, they will undock it. Tianzhou 2 will be undocked, and then this Shenzhou 13 will be docked to the station. This is how it will be done. And yeah, everything is looking great, and you can see now they are just closing in the hatch, the fairing. Basically, this is the fairing one. They have already closed the hatch, and yeah, wow, looking great. Is there any information regarding the use of China space station after it is fully constructed? I'm curious as to what kind of experiments they will be conducting, as well as their long-term goals. Yes, they are very much interested in opening up the station for international usage. they have already they already have those plans to bring up foreign astronauts also, not only the experiments, the foreign astronauts. And talking about the international experiments, yes, they have already selected around 9 experiments globally which will be used in this station, and one of those is coming from the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, which means you can see that whatever happens on the ground in space, we all are united. That's all what we need, because we need those science points for improving the life here. So yes, those are the things, and China is open up for any international collaboration. That is one thing which they have made very clear.
They have prepared 4,800 backup plans in case of emergency happen at the space station. And in the worst case scenario, if the Shenzhou 13 spacecraft failed too, together with the space station, the ground staff could launch a rescue spacecraft to get our astronauts back. Professor Yang, talk to us about those emergencies that they could face up there when they're on board the space station.
As you mentioned, actually speaking, currently at this moment, our Shenzhou 14 spaceship and with together with Long March 2F Y14 carrier rocket has already in the VAB, in the vehicle assembly building, is already there. So it is a backup for emergency rescue mission. But you know that during the Shenzhou 13 mission in orbit, there are many emergency cases that possibly can happen. For instance, the leakage is the most serious one. So the first thing first, to ensure the safety of the lives of our astronauts.
Professor Yang, sorry to jump in here. We're now officially 1 hour from liftoff. As we understand, a 1 hour countdown to liftoff will be announced any time now. Now, if you look at those light pictures we are getting to you, we can see that the first 2 groups of platforms will very soon be opening, revealing the rocket that will be launched in 1 hour's time. And later we will be able to get a full view of the rocket booster. We'll get all those live images to you as they become available. Let's also bring in CGTN reporter Ning Hong, who is near the launch site. Ning Hong, 1 hour till liftoff. What can you see? What's happening on the ground there?
Yes, it's 1 hour countdown, but if you could see the CCTV feeds that inside the launch pad, you could see that there are still engineers doing the last minute checks on the rocket. And now, not just the system and electric system or communication systems, people are using torchlights to check the surface of the rocket. And the CZ-2F rocket is so far the most reliable rocket that is especially designed to launch for manned space missions. And so far, it has sent 12 manned spaceships into space, and this is the 13th ship. And also in the meantime, this is the 1 hour countdown. So what is happening, what is going to happen now is that you can see the rotating platform has opened, the upper section has opened. And from now on, the rest part of the rotating platform will open one by one to reveal the rocket. And you could easily identify the rocket from other kinds of modules because it has a pointing head. That is the escaping tower for manned spaceships, and it will help the taikonauts to escape the rocket in time of emergency during the lift-off. And well, it's a little bit windy now, but according to weather reports, the best window will be 23 past 12 o'clock. That's less than 1 hour now. So we are all expecting, now the taikonauts are all inside the spaceship. And after 10 minutes after liftoff, and the spaceship will separate from the rocket and enter the orbit. And by then, we will know that it will be a successful mission. And that's what I found here. Back to you.
Ning Hong, appreciate that update. We hope to check back in with you later in the program. Now, as you heard, 1 hour to go before China's next mission to space. All 3 crew members have entered the space capsule. Final preparations are underway. Let's learn more about what's happening on the ground with our studio guests. In this 1 hour time, what will they be doing? The pictures show us that they are chilling in the capsule, all strapped in. They still have the manual open on their thighs. What are they doing at this moment?
Well, they will perform the audio check several times. This is very important to ensure a very smooth communication between the command center and the astronauts inside the cabin. This is first. So as I mentioned, they also will check the when they close their helmet, they will check the tightness of the aviation spacesuit. And also, you know that as you already mentioned, maybe at T-minus 45 minutes, they will check the safety belt if it is well fastened. And also, you know that at this moment, not only the astronauts are preparing, they have a lot of work to do, but also we have some very critical tasks for the rocket and also for the Shenzhou spacecraft. You know that at this moment, the environmental control and the life support system is already working. So currently speaking, the working of the spacecraft is based on the power supply from the cables connected to the ground. And several minutes later, maybe it will be the power will change, switched from the ground to the batteries on board the Shenzhou spaceship. And also at the meantime, the rocket is also checking its own status. For instance, the telemetry system, the servo units on the rocket engines, and also the pressure inside the fuel tanks. So after this kind of check, also there was some changing or switching of the status. For instance, the power supply, maybe some system from the ground to the vehicle itself, and also and so on. As I mentioned, the last one will be rotated away, will be the arms, which have some service cables and pipes to the vehicle.
But now, as we speak, the umbilical tower is still providing power to the rockets, right? And now they're sitting inside the spacecraft. Talk to us about any innovations or upgrades we are seeing on the Shenzhou 13th spacecraft, Mr. Xu. Have there been any innovations compared to the previous ones?
Well, innovations in terms of spacesuit, in terms of electronic components and the power supply systems, and all have been upgraded from the previous version. Of course, we need, you know, like Yugong have mentioned that the power supply, and also you mentioned that it's from umbilical cores, still from the ground, but you need a pretty large battery to provide the power for the astronauts. What they're seeing with the lights, the instrument itself, the oxygen flow, the temperature control, all of these needs to have a very good and powerful battery to support it.
Right.
And once you leave the ground, you rely on the battery pack that you carry on board, and that is all true before you extend the solar array to collect more powers from the sun. So the battery is very important for this mission. In particular, you know, for manned mission, you need life support system to work.
Right.
And that's based on power.
Yeah, speaking of that, because this is a long-term mission, they cannot just bring up all the oxygen and water. They will need to stay up there. They have to rely on regenerative life support. How does it work?
Exactly, and discussing as it sounds, but you need to recycle everything. You know, even urines and everything. So
drink your urine.
Yeah. Not directly, but there is a system of ecological, you know, and you know, system to recycle everything, but to maximize usage of all of that. But the good thing is that we still have the Tianhe, the Tianzhou cargo ship that is coming up with the fresh fruits. You can't recycle that. You know, like an apple or something, but you can plant something, you know, some vegetable that can grow very quickly in 30 or 40 days that is edible. And still we're in the experimental process. Lots of universities are doing this, you know, they close the environment and they grow vegetables and they stay there, you know, for a sustained period of time. For example, Beihan's lunar experimental capsule, and they have 3 students there for 6 months. And they grow their own plants, and they use the solar powers and everything.
So what happens to those garbage? How do they handle garbage and also dirty laundry? They don't get to wash clothes up there, right? How do they handle this?
How do they handle that? I mean, dirty laundries.
Well, you know,
do they just throw them away?
For instance, our excrement must be dried, and also some antivirus there to ensure that there do not have hazardous gas. And for the urine, it is a different matter. We use the so-called vapor compression distillation device, which can vaporize the urine and get the pure water from the urine. And then you know that we can also have condensation water from the our sweat and from the water vapor inside our those we breathe out from our lungs. So all this water get from the condensation water and from the distillated water from the urine will be furtherly purified by some filters and other measures, and then it can be drinkable. So, but it is maybe not necessary for you to drink it, but we can use this water to produce oxygen with electricity. And also, not only the electricity, not only the oxygen can be breathed by the astronauts, but the hydrogen produced by the water can also be used to get oxygen from the carbon dioxide we collected from those by the astronauts.
Wow, I have a lot of respect for our astronauts up there.
Absolutely.
Now, the 3 taikonauts will conduct a series of scientific experiments during their 6-month stay, and that needs good teamwork. They have been trained in tactic cooperation techniques and are confident they can successfully complete the mission.
The Shenzhou 13 crew will have to perform 2 to 3 spacewalks. To get ready for that, they all must undergo ground trainings and meet certain standards.
We have a female taikonaut in our group, and a woman's physique is very different from that of a man. So on the ground, she must be able to perform all the tasks, including the whole spacewalk procedure.
The 3 of us need to back each other up. We all must have the ability to operate the robotic arm or complete extravehicular crawling.
So yes, she's...
Zhai Zhigang, the commander of the mission, performed China's first spacewalk during the Shenzhou 7 mission. As a senior taikonaut, Zhai always shares his experiences with others during daily trainings.
Zhai Zhigang is more like a teacher than a commander, and no matter what you do, he always encourages you and gives you confidence and energy.
Instructors often record videos of Zhai's trainings for demonstrations. I did learn a lot from him.
This is Wang Yaping's second spaceflight and comes 8 years after she first went to space on the Shenzhou 10 mission. Wang earned the title of China's first space teacher after delivering a televised science lecture to an audience of over 60 million school children in 2013. She will give a second lesson during the Shenzhou 13 mission.
Wang is very good at computer operations, data transmission, and detailed tasks.
Wang is always positive, hardworking, and meticulous. She is also very careful, thoughtful, and understanding.
A new face in China's space mission. Ye Guangfu has actually been part of the program for 11 years.
Ye is familiar with computer operation and data transmission. He is smart and full of energy. He may have to play a larger part in scientific research.
Ye Guangfu is the first taikonaut to participate in the European Space Agency underground training course. His outstanding performance was very inspiring for other taikonauts. I feel very happy and honored to be able to work with him.
The Shenzhou 13 crew has also been reviewing the spacewalks performed during the Shenzhou 12 mission to get ready for the big day in space.
Now, an official from China's manned space project gave us more details about the training of the taikonauts.
6 months is long for space flight. It's very demanding on the astronauts' physical and mental health, knowledge and skills, ability to self-adjust and deal with emergencies. This challenge is unprecedented for us. In response to this challenge, based on the original plan, we strengthened their physical training, including core strength and upper body strength training. Both male and female astronauts must have back and chest tolerance with 8 times their own weight. They have also enhanced their abilities to deal with the psychological challenge. And we trained the crew for what they would need to do during the 6 months. They will stay in a more complex space station. They have more tasks to perform and will spend longer time to maintain their living environment. They also need to master more space station technology, perform simulated spacewalks, operate robotic arm, and conduct new experiments. We also took into account the increased probability of something going wrong during a 6-month flight. For example, the system may malfunction, people may get sick. We strengthened their training of emergency response and medical self-rescue.
As we've been telling you here on this broadcast, the Shenzhou 13 mission has a female crew member. Female astronauts have come a long way since the Soviet Union sent a woman to space nearly 6 decades ago. Let's now take a quick look at their journey.
In 1963, 2 years after Yuri Gagarin became the first man in space, the Soviet Union sent a woman up. Through that one journey, she logged more space time than all the US astronauts combined. Her photographs of Earth and the horizon were later used to identify aerosol layers within the atmosphere. Dubbed Gagarin in a skirt by Nikolai Kamani, the Soviet director of cosmonaut training, Valentina Tereshkova said her mission was much more than that.
We had been preparing for a female flight, but it was Korolov's decision not to risk women's lives because one of the women in the Space Corps already had a family.
In 1983, 20 years after Tereshkova, the US sent Sally Ride, its first female astronaut, into space during the 7th Space Shuttle mission. Since then, most female astronauts from the US have been working on the Space Shuttle. Judith Resnick, the second American woman in space, lost her life in the disaster of Space Shuttle Challenger. In 2007, Peggy Whitson became the first woman in charge of the International Space Station. However, despite much progress in the field, only 1 in 10 astronauts today are female.
One problem is women in the United States prefer to go into other studies more than engineering. We must encourage more girls to study math and science because we have to have enough students who've graduated with that degree.
In 2012, China sent its first female astronaut, Liu Yang, into space. In the crewed mission,
It's quite interesting history actually, I must say that.
Liu supported her colleagues with space docking. She also carried out an experiment in space medicine.
Our astronauts need to train harder to improve our physical and psychological capabilities and skills to meet the highest standards and requirements of future missions.
Wang Yaping, crew member of Shenzhou 13, had her first space journey in 2013. She held the first space class there, talking to students on Earth about how objects move in zero gravity. May the universe be with you, ladies.
All of them have had so much hard training to get to where they are today. Let's continue our studio conversation with our guests here. How strenuous, Mr. Xu, was the training for all the taikonauts? They obviously had to train underwater to simulate that microgravity environments, but how long was the training? We know that this crew was selected in 2019, so they've been training for at least 2 years.
Well, more than that, the underwater part is the fun part, if you call it training,
part.
because lots of astronauts, after they retire, they become professional divers. They go to exotic places for diving experiences. Those are part of the training, what we call spin-off of the training. But the real training is on physical fitness, on psychological breakdowns and everything. So that lasts longer than 2 years. The 2 years, after selection of the mission is focusing on the mission itself. Each and every move needs to be repeated and repeated and repeated. So you have to do a preparation training plus the mission training.
How do you train somebody's psychology? How do you prevent them from breaking down psychologically?
Well, I think there are many ways to do it.
Mock-up scenarios.
There are many simulations. There are more like even psychological plus physical, and also there's a confined space. You have to stay in a sustained period of time. Isolations. It's in particular for one-man mission. This is very challenging for human bodies.
You have to respond well to those scenarios in order to become an astronaut, right? And those underwater training, Professor Yang, the flight commander, Zhang, actually said that the underwater training is more difficult than the actual EVA, the actual spacewalk. And they say training underwater for 5 or 6 hours is like running a full marathon. What kind of experience was that like?
You are correct. You see that the underwater training, or the what we call the neutral buoyancy pool training, will be the most ideal one to simulate the microgravity in marine operation. But you see also there are differences. So we need the Marines to help the astronauts in this kind of trainings. You see that the difference of pressure between the inside the spacesuit and outside suit is about 40% of the atmosphere. So this is a very great pressure difference. You see that because of the existence of this pressure difference, it will be very difficult for you to even change the shape of your arm. So this is quite different to exhaust a lot of your strength. So for Yaping has already mentioned, at first she has not realized that it is so difficult. But after many trainings, she has come to used to this kind of training and always feel very cheerful after this kind of training. But during the first several trainings, they can even take up the chopsticks for her. So you can see how tough it is for her.
So female astronauts do get the exact same training as their male counterpart?
Yaping has a famous saying that the crucial space environment will not comfort you because you are a female.
Yeah, there's one question that I really want to ask, because I watched this interview with Wang Yaping, and she said apparently there is a red button that astronauts in training can press. If they can't take it anymore and the training will stop. But throughout the years, no astronaut training to be a taikonaut has ever pressed the button during training. Is that true? How does the red button work?
That's the G-force training. That's the tough one.
I mean, G-force, for G-force, for example, there is a certain G-force that you will break down and you will lose your conscious. And then once you lose your conscious, there's no point to press the red button. There's no way you can press it.
Has anybody ever passed out?
It's very easily. For ordinary people, maybe 6 or 7 G, you will pass out.
That's awful.
With a fast spin.
But they won't be enduring that much G-forces during this mission, right?
During launch,
what you mentioned is a normal condition. During the normal flight trajectory, the G-force is about 3 to 5 times your own weight. But you know that the astronauts are trained not only according to the normal cases, but also they must meet the emergency cases. In emergency cases, they will have what we call the ballistic re-entry. During this re-entry, they will experience G-force higher than 8 times your own mass.
Wow.
So they must be trained for this. And moreover, you see that there are 2 categories of astronauts. One has the capability of piloting the ship. For these astronauts, even at 8G, they must have a capability to have response. So we have some flash inside the beacons inside this training cabin, and also they have a button, another button, so they have to respond to these beacons. So this is very important for them to have the capability to operate the piloting the spaceship in emergency cases.
8 Gs. There's no way I can survive that G training.
And you see that during the first 2 flight missions of US are all suborbital missions, and they even experience more than 10 G.
Wow. Professor Yang, hold that thought. I'll be getting back to you in a few moments. A group of Chinese students have taken their passion for space and translated it into sound. Our next report tells us more about the innovation and the inspiration behind it.
Before infants see the world, they hear from inside their mother's womb. What are the sounds of the universe for mankind? In 2020, a dozen students specializing in aerospace, art, architecture, and music formed a team. Their aim: translate the universe into sound and music that we can hear. And this is their final product, a sonic art device. It consists of 2 parts. A small ball in a glass box randomly floats on a satellite, and a sensor captures its data. The satellite also collects real-time data of cosmic rays and transmits them to the Earth. A big ball on Earth simultaneously mirrors the one in space. The sound device then converts the cosmic rays into music using a special algorithm.
我们这个项目，它是一个对于太空交互装置，也是中国目前为止第一个尝试着，在太空当中做太空与地面进行艺术交互， 包括进行科普的这样一个项目。
The students say they got their inspiration from their childhood.
中国航天从小种下的一个萌芽，它逐渐长大成一片森林的感觉。我还记得非常深刻的是，当时在初中的时候，是王亚平。
初中的时候，应该是2013年，航天员王亚平进行了一次太空授课，然后当时我是在读初二，当时航天员说，我们在太空上的时候，其实还是受到了地球的重力加速度大概有7.8左右。然后，既然航天员说有重力，那为什么没有掉下来呢？后来学了一些物理之后，也就理解了为什么是这样的。然后，于是对这个航天方面也会感兴趣，最后就选择了这个专业。
飞天梦永不失重，科学梦张力无限。同学们，再见。
Exactly. These are the things which I was talking about.
小时候听爸爸妈妈们说，就是天上有一颗星星是中国人的，它就是东方红1号。
China became the 5th country in the world.
在那里听过一段音乐。
And we have the platforms opening up. The bottom one.
这么大体积的一个航空器运到上面去，也没有去说，在那里读个新闻联播，而是选择了放一段音乐，然后那一个感觉就是很触动我。我觉得中国人很有情怀。
我觉得人类本身的进步就是一种最大的浪漫。然后我觉得人类未来必然面对的困境就是地球上的资源枯竭，然后，这种困境使我们必然将脚步迈向更深的星辰大海。
我觉得中国航天一直在做的一件事情，就是这种探索未知的精神，它是给我们一种精神力量。这个东西到底能不能成，能做成什么样？到底火星能不能适合人居住？这些东西它不是有一个明确答案的，它是需要来回考量的。那这样一个状态，然后一直鼓舞着我们，这种状态是我比较向往的。
All right, this is the live picture. You're looking at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. This is the launch pad. As we speak, the launch tower has opened more. The level 1 has opened, revealing the stage 1 rocket and the side boosters of the rocket. As we get close to time 0, of course, we're close to T-minus 30 minutes. We're getting real close now.
Yes, guys, we are T-minus 35 minutes until the launch. Everything is looking great. And we just witnessed some cool videos talking about the history and the female astronauts, and what they were great indeed.
Absolutely. On life in space. So, do they have a routine living in space? What factors were taken into consideration when deciding a routine for the astronauts living in space?
Well, as we know that the astronauts, once you're in microgravity environment, you lose your bone mass, calciums, your muscles, your cardiovascular system weakens, your nervous system weakens. Like Yuguang said, your tongue will swollen. So there are many physical changes. So you have to adopt the space environment in appropriate ways for daily life. So we have just heard that there's 1 hour preparations. So the astronauts, once they're in space, they will be working and exercising and sleeping as a routine, similar to the timing of the ground. And they're adopting to such a timing so that there's a Beijing time, and they also wake in the Beijing time, and overnight they sleep at the same time. So they're working in synchronized way with the ground crew and supporting crew in the ground.
Right, and we do have a female astronaut this time. Are they preparing any supplies, especially for the lady?
Well, I did heard that they shipped a lot of cosmetic products over there. Yes. And some of the beauty products are only for space ladies. So,
so makeup is not an inconvenience, right? They can wear makeup.
Apparently so.
On a daily basis.
And Yaping was mentioning in her interview that she said once you're in space, you're off the gravity of the ground, so nothing drags your face down. So
you actually look better,
you have a natural
younger.
beauty over there. Yes, you look younger.
It's beauty sleep every day for 6 months.
And
That's
in fact,
exactly
as Yuguang mentioned, that the blood flow changes. You have more blood on your face rather than foot.
But what kind of impact will it have, on their psychological status living there for 6 months?
You know that although the Tianhe is the biggest spacecraft of China, is a volume about 50 cubic meters, but still it is a narrow place for 3 crew. So stay in a very narrow place can cause many psychological problems. That is what we discussed, that to have both men and women in the crew will be easier for us to solve these kind of psychological problems. You see that this is very useful and it is part of the scientific research. In the future, you know that the low Earth orbit and the moon will not be the final stop of human being. We will go to the Mars sooner or later. So the one trip to Mars will spend for about more than 1.5 years. During this mission, we will get more challenging psychological problems. So it is believed that we should have both female and male astronauts inside the crew cabin. So before that, we should test this on the low Earth orbit. So the space station will be a very ideal place to test what you mentioned, how to solving the psychological problems.
And as we speak, the top
Exactly,
level
and
the
if you
bottom
have
level.
seen the web series on Netflix called Away, then you would actually get to see this long duration mission problem, because that Away series is based upon crew sending towards the Mars in collaboration with the US, Russia, ESA, India, and China. So they all collaborate, which is like a dream come true for all of us in reality. But yeah, they did collaborate, and they in that series they sent this crew to Mars. So the physiological challenges, the psychological challenges, and all other things which is there indeed in space were beautifully explained. So yeah, those are the things. So we are right now T-minus 30 minutes away from the liftoff to CSS. Everything is looking good, and the crew is just waiting for the engines to turn on and rocket to lift off. But before that, we need these platforms to open up. So just last few minutes until everything happens.
30 minutes countdown, and you can see now the lower section of the rotating support platform has opened, and I believe we will soon see that the entire rocket will be revealed. And now people are now making the final preparations, including evacuating from the launch pad. You can see now. You see, you can hear there's a speaker telling people at the launch site that this is voice from the commander of the zero commander. He will be responsible for launching the rocket, the final countdown. And now they're checking the systems, and what we are going to see now is that the rocket will be standing by about 150 meters. So
yeah, for that muscle-less problem,
100.
They do have a gym in on CSS. Which will won't take care like that on Earth. That won't simulate those reactions. But again, something is better than nothing. So gym is there, which is good for those taking care of those muscle losses. And right now we can see those platforms being open, which means we are very close to the launch. T-minus 29 minutes. And yes, let's hope everything goes right.
Mission, and for every step people take here is making history. Yeah, back to you.
And you'll appreciate that update from on the ground there. If you're just joining us here on CGTN, we are less than 30 minutes away from liftoff. These live pictures show that some of the platforms have opened. More are opening as we speak, revealing the rocket that will carry another 3-person crew to China's space station.
And they're opening at a relatively slower speed. Why are they doing it in such a
They're
slow
already quite quick, because this
Really?
is operated pneumatically with pneumatic mechanism, and then they open gradually. Before they open, they have to make sure that all essential connections are are still maintaining connected. And this is only disconnected at the last minute. So you can still see some umbilical cords, some cables, and some connections, and some holding devices are still there. But in fact, the rocket is holded on the bottom side, and it's kept in such a balanced way. It does not use the robotic arm to hold it.
Yeah, this is the close-up shot of the rocket, and for that segment, I think the spacecraft is encased in that part, right?
Exactly. On top is the fairing part, and it is still encaged because some of the ground crews are still there. The last crew leaves T-minus 15 or 14 minutes. So they're still, a couple of guys are still there just in case they need it. They have to attend the crew once it's there. You can see that the top part is also opening up. So we're seeing that the crew probably has just left it, and this is in preparation for the real launch.
It is so interesting for such a
close-up view of this fairing, and it looks great, right? Can we spot those Abort motors on it? The high altitude Abort motors. I can see the separation motors and the grid fins.
And earlier we saw two Chinese
No.
character on the rocket, meaning Shenzhen, literally means divine arrow.
How
That's the
how did
nickname.
it go with the exams? Yes, it went fine. But I'm just everything is on back to the track right now, but you don't know what comes up in between. So yeah, I hope I can now come back to the track with the streaming, but let's see.
Human-rated launch vehicle of China, because the reliability is the highest, which have a malfunction
Those grid
detection
fins
system.
are there.
And also with emergency escape system, it can raise the safety of the astronaut from about 97 to 98% to 99.7%, which means that for 1,000 launch, only in 3 cases, maybe it will have some malfunction threatens the lives of the astronauts. So this is very important. And in the future, you know that because Long March 12 belongs to the older generation of China's launch vehicles, and the new generation launch vehicle is in development. Some of them will be also a new human-rated launch vehicles to rely its reliability for human launch.
And matter of fact, all the Shenzhou missions or all the Chinese space station missions are being completed by the Long March 2F, Long March 7, Long March 5B rockets, right?
Exactly.
Talk to us about the difference between the three.
Well, Long March 5B and Long March 7 belongs to the new generation launch vehicles, which use environmental friendly propellants. These use kerosene and oxygen, or the combination of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So these the productions of these propellants are water and carbon dioxide. So it's not toxic and not corrosive, which is quite different from the propellant used by this Long March 2F. The Long March 2F use UDMH, or unsymmetrical dimethyl hydrazine, as a fuel, and use nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, as the oxidizer. So the NTO is highly corrosive, and the UDMH is highly toxic. So these are not very environmental friendly, but easier to use because they work in the room temperature. This are called the hyperbolic propulsion systems, which belongs to the older generation. So in the future, it is a trend to use the environmental friendly propellants like the new generation. And the Long March 5B is used to launch the Wentian module, the Mengtian module, and the Xuntian modules. All these have the mass of about, the Wentian and Mengtian have the mass about more than 20 tons. So the only launch vehicle in China is the Long March 5B.
That's the most powerful rocket.
Exactly, and the biggest payload fairway with a diameter of about 5.2 meters, the biggest one. And also the Long March 7 is used for launching of the cargo spacecraft, the Tianhe spacecraft. So it is very powerful and also can have a capability about 13 to 14 tons to the low Earth orbit. Both Long March 7 and Long March 5B can only be launched in the Wenchang spacecraft launch site.
So this rocket, Long March 2F, is the least powerful of the three. Am I right?
No, not
necessarily.
Not the least powerful. You know that it also, you may notice that it has 4 boosters. So it is a mid-sized launch vehicle in China, but it is used for launching low Earth orbit payload. It has 2 versions. For this launching a crewed spaceship, the capability is about 8.1 tons. For those launching, for instance, Tiangong 1 and Tiangong 2, okay, the capability is 8.5 tons because you don't have an emergency escape system.
I believe we have a full visual of the Long March 2F rocket.
That's right.
As the platforms have all opened.
Yeah, the interesting part of these 3 rockets that you mentioned is they are also assembled and integrated and shipped vertically.
So those raised panels on the side of the fairing looks like kind of air spoiler. Those are the grid fins actually. If you have seen the Soyuz launch, on the Soyuz also we have those grid fins. It actually provides stability during the escape scenario when the escape tower is in, what should I say? And the escape towers fire. So if there is an anomaly and the escape tower fires, the whole stack along with the fairing is taken away. And at that point of time, they are inside a thick part of the atmosphere. So those grid fins open up to provide stability.
So this is more safe and more practical in the international community.
So now this is a common practice.
Yes, it's common practice in even in Europe and US because vertical assembly is more, more closer to the status where you're going to launch it. And that's
what Yan-Song mentioned, we call this triple vertical mode. The assembly them vertically and transfer them vertically and launch them vertically. So the triple vertical. But for the Long March 7 and the Long March 5B you mentioned, it's called the new triple vertical mode because not only these procedures are vertical, but also the connection, because there is a very small service tower on the mobileable platform. So all the cable connections and the pipe connections are also do not changed in the VAB and in the launch pad. So this is more convenient for usage.
Well, the first Long March 2F rocket was actually launched in 1999, right?
Exactly.
Have there been any upgrades?
Of course, there are many upgrades every time. You see that at that moment, our launch vehicle is the maiden flight is to test the whole the launch complex and compatibility with the launch vehicle itself and the test vehicle Shenzhou 1. But only after some improvements in this launch vehicle, we can launch Mr. Yang Liwei into orbit in 2003. After that, we also have some improvement in the, for instance, the inertial measurement unit, and also with the telemetry support system. You know that during the early launches, we still don't have the Tianhe.
Perry for Rabbit says it's been a long time since I watched my Indian Brother live broadcast. Yes, it's been a long time. I missed you guys so much, and now here we are again to witness another launch, which is looking great. We are T-minus 19 minutes now only. Everything is looking cool, and I must say, look out for those marked diamonds. You should be having those great view of those night view of those UDMH marked diamonds. So yeah, do look out for them.
Working system, you don't tend to change it, upgrade it, periodically. You tend to freeze the status, hardwares and softwares. There's a saying, if you upgrade a software in one point, there's a 15% chances you get a fault alarm or fault, bad part in other parts. So it's a complete system once it's completed.
If I give you an example of the shuttle, if you want to change one line of a code in shuttle, you need to have 3 pages of documentation just for one line. Software for these, rocket launches, spacecraft is so complex. It's simple but yet so complex because of all those redundancy and everything. So any changes in the software, you need to have like 3 pages of verification for those things. So yeah, that is one thing, because the computer is the brain of your spacecraft, and it is the one who is controlling it. So if that fails, no matter how good your mechanical system is, so you need to have a great concentration on those software part. And people often ignore this software component when it comes down to space exploration and everything, but software is like the most important, I would say. Yeah, because mechanical failure can happen here and there, but if a software failure happens, then that's a problem of a great problem of a coder there, because software is one thing where you can simulate and get everything on ground. You don't need sometimes you need the data, but most of the times you don't need those data to correctly maneuver the craft. So yeah, that is one thing.
Rotational platform has already turned over, and we can see the whole launch vehicle. But still, you may notice there are some still arms close to the vehicle.
What are those for?
These arms have the cables to have the signals. We can get every important telemetry data from the launch vehicle and from the spaceship, and to check if everything is okay. And also, we have power supplies to the last of some critical systems, for instance, such as the control system. And also, you see that we can also provide gas to the pressurization system. At current stage, all the fuel tanks of the Shenzhou of the Long March 2F is pressurized and is in the right pressure. Also, this pressure is well monitored.
Well, I didn't cover the William Shatner launch because, again, those. Okay, so we have a last patrolling check for the pad. On the pad, we can see those cars moving away.
Like renovation mission rather than a scientific experiment mission. Is that right?
In this mission, you know that this will be the first female EVA of China. We have already carried the third EVA spacesuit by the Tianzhou 3 cargo ship to our station. This spacesuit is dedicated especially for Yaping. So it is smaller than the former two EVA spacesuits. So this time Yaping can be very comfortable. I can still remember that that we only have limited numbers of training spacesuits near the neutral buoyancy pool. So every time that Yaping's feet is smaller than his male colleagues. So she needs some adaptations.
Sorry to jump in. We have to mention that is now T-15 minutes ahead of launch.
And ground staff have been evacuating from the site, meaning that...
Okay, so I know this will be speculation, but if an AI were to assist with these launches, what kind of improvement will it make? So you see this thing. Well, for AI, I would say it won't, when the rocket is in the launch phase, you can go with the procedural coding, which means you don't need to have an AI assisted coding with it, right? And if you were to have an AI assisted coding, then that will help only if you have like engine failure. Then those thrust vector control system will come into place, and AI during the launch phase would not be of much importance, but after the launch phase, during the maintenance of a spacecraft, AI is so much important, because if there is a problem with the like radiation shielding, AI needs to detect it and then again do it accordingly if there is any control system for radiation. And then for any those spacecraft propulsion in space, then the AI can detect if the engine is underperforming or overperforming and can adjust accordingly. So this is the thing which can happen. I can see more applications of AI during the spacecraft is in orbit or interstellar space, but during the launch you can go with the procedural coding. It will work.
It's a violent energy exchange.
So there will be no staff in a radius of how much?
Well, this last group, because the control center is about 7 or 8 kilometers away from the launch complex, but launching witness can be done 2 kilometers away. So there's a mathematical calculation that you don't get hit it.
Our correspondent Ning Hong there might have a better vantage point than us.
Yes, I believe he does.
Yeah, but in fact, in Zhouchuan is the closest that you can get to a launch vehicle. Last time I was there to see a Long March 2D launch, I even got some debris on top of my head. You know, they dropped something on your head.
How far away were you
I was
from?
about 1.7 kilometers away. That was
that's
very
considered a
close.
safe
Very close.
distance.
Yeah, that was considered very. But
Very noisy.
Yeah, very noisy. Yeah, heart pounding. I just saw a launch yesterday from Taiwan. They launched our ABSCO satellite, and also it's very shocking if you're one kilometer away from.
Well, the final ignition time has already been confirmed.
Well. Chinese actually like to keep people near the, they don't like, but they allow people near the rocket. I have seen photographers very close to the rocket and taking the photos and the videos and everything. So in China, it is a normal thing.
Space station, we must consider the relative position. And the basic requirement for the launch vehicle is to, when it comes into the orbit, it must in the same orbital plane with the Tiangong, because this is the most important requirement. But
So, okay, let's talk about the spacecraft when it is in the orbit. So what will happen? So there will, okay, I'll talk about it once it is in the orbit, or maybe now. So the rendezvous for the docking is, with the CSS is supposed to happen in 6 hours or so. Okay. And there it will perform a radial docking. And if everything is good, then the radial docking will be performed. If they are unable to perform radial docking, then they will detach the Tianzhou 2 and attach this Shenzhou 13 to the space station. So this is the thing which they are going to do, because Tianzhou 2 is already empty, and the role for the Tianzhou 2 right now is like a garbage bin. A huge garbage bin. They want to utilize that space, and that's why it is still attached to the station. So we are right now T minus 11 minutes until the launch. Everything is looking great. We started this stream for around 4 hours or so, and now we are finally in the 10-minute countdown. I am so excited. Are you? So let's just say, from where are you watching, guys? Just type in the chat. Where are you watching from?
You know that it is very interesting that China and other countries use different definitions. In our China, the time zero means the ignition. But for US, for instance, for the launch of space shuttle, the time zero means that the lift off. So the ignition is just several seconds before the lift off.
Right. There is a narrow gap there.
Yeah, but the number is very important. What we call the root parameters that you change. You calculate a lot of things according to it. The trajectories, the inertials, many things that navigation is based on this exact timing.
Again, live pictures from inside the capsule where the 3 taikonauts have been seated and are bracing for liftoff.
A nerve-wracking moment, actually,
Absolutely.
for us who are watching. I mean,
my hands are getting sweaty right now. My palms are getting sweaty just watching this. We know we've done this before. We did this only a couple months ago, but still it gets nerve-wracking every time.
Okay, so we have people watching from
every time.
wow, all over the globe, right? Canada, Shanghai, Nepal, Dubai, USA, Michigan, New York, Israel, wow, South Sweden, Canada, USA, Maine, and UK too. Wow, cool. So we have people watching this stream from all over the globe, which is so cool. And right now, you should be seeing a beautiful launch, because this is a night launch, and those marked diamonds for UDMH rockets are just too good. So let's hope everything goes well, and we are T minus 8 minutes until the liftoff. You should be able to see a beautiful launch today.
Also, 7 other systems that you don't realize very easily, like life support system, astronaut system, recovery system, TTNC system, and they're complete system that has to work simultaneously to make this work.
Everything has to go right.
Everything has
for
to come
a successful
together
mission. Yeah.
for that to happen.
Is that the moon we're seeing?
Yeah, I think so.
Quite a clear sky. We can see the moon. Good visibility. Like I mentioned, 30 kilometers for the visibility.
Yeah, Qiuyan, you've been there before. You know that, especially in summer, the sky of the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center is really clear,
majestic.
and we can even see the Milky Way there.
The stars, the moon.
I think the site is chosen for its seldom precipitations. There's not much rain there,
Yeah.
So you see clear skies. And if it's not windy and sandy, it's a good day for launch.
Yan Song has already mentioned the rain. The rain is a limitation, a restriction to the launch. So the wind should not be too strong, and also it is not suggested to launch during the raining. And after several seconds after liftoff, actually speaking about 12 seconds after the liftoff, we will have a very important operation pitch over to change the flight directions to the eastwards. Actually speaking, several degrees to the also to the southeast. This is because you know that the latitude of the Jiuquan Satellite Center is about 40 degrees to the north, and our orbit is about 41.5 degrees, the inclination. So this determines the direction, in which direction the rocket should fly.
You know, we often discuss weather conditions on the day of the launch. So the most important thing, is it no precipitation as
No
Professor
thunder.
No thunderstorms.
No thunderstorms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not much strong wind. It's particular side wind. You know, otherwise, you know, it'll blow it off.
And that can be predicted as
Yes.
they determine the day to launch?
There are meteorological service system that is just for this space.
But how accurate is that?
It has to be very accurate.
Yeah.
Has to be very accurate.
The weather forecasting system is a very important part of the what we call the launch site system. And you know that's the not only the wind speed in the troposphere, but also in the stratosphere must be in a very strict limitation.
This is T minus now 5 minutes ahead of launch. Soon we'll hear the call out from the control center. And you can see the face shield of these astronauts are still up. I suppose they will close the face shield momentarily. And the robotic arms are still attached to the rocket.
Yeah, they're still open their face shield because they can still communicate minutes before the launch. And like you have just mentioned, they're holding a book in their hands. And you can notice that it's still on the first page. I mean, it's a thick book for 60 days, maybe, not just for launch. So for every day, probably they have 1 or 2 pages that they have to conduct.
Usually several minutes. Okay, T minus 5 minutes and counting. Usually several minutes before the launch.
So we are,
also-
guys, T minus 5 minutes and counting. Everything is looking great. So we are at the terminal countdown now. Everything now, you should be able to see this launch. Let's hope it goes as per the plan. You can see the the astronauts suiting up right now, not suiting up, getting ready for the launch, getting their visor ready and everything, the helmet also. So let's hope they have a good ride to the station.
Putting down the shields, are they?
Their legs, so this is T minus 5. That means that they have to be ready and helmet down, I think.
That's the live picture of the Beijing Aerospace City. Officials there are watching. There you see Vice Premier of China,
Yes,
Han Zhong there.
top Chinese officials are watching the launch from control rooms. Chinese Vice Premier Han Zhong and the Vice Chairman of China's Central Military Commission, Xu Qiliang, are at the Beijing Control Center, while CMC Vice
So guys,
Chairman...
if you have loved what you have seen, just hit that subscribe button. There are so many streams coming up. Tomorrow is the Lucy launch. I will be there explaining every other importance and significance of this mission, the mission objectives and everything. So do hit that subscribe button, like this stream, and get ready for the liftoff. If you want to support me in what I do, you can just join this channel by becoming a member and maybe become a Patreon if you like that.
Engineers and military personnel.
We are T-3 minutes.
This is on top of the balcony that the astronauts stay in. So that is the complex about 7 kilometers away from the launch complex. So I used to witness some of the launches over there on the top. There's a huge platform and you can stay on top. And there's a room that with the TVs they can see this real status.
And you can hear the loud sound there during the launch.
But that travels quite a few seconds before you get
President
the sound
Hu
get
Jintao
there.
watches the launch of the Yang Liwei in 2003.
There you see face shields down, ready in position.
And we are 2 minutes away from liftoff.
Okay, guys, I'm getting excited right now.
And the books are
we are
off.
T-2 minutes.
The books are off. A lot of my attention is on the books.
What do you think is going through their minds right now? They look pretty composed, pretty calm.
Send me to space.
Send me to space. I cannot wait. I've waited long enough. I've waited long enough.
10 years for Jiajigang.
Can they talk to each other at this point? Can they hear each other?
They can do so.
Okay.
Yeah, but electronically with the microphone.
Yeah.
T-1 minute and 40 seconds, guys.
If they have blue teeth. Maybe it's a new thing for them.
Maybe not compatible with our common Bluetooth, but also some similar
secured,
radio
secure
communication, with different frequency.
Okay, get ready now.
Very soon we're going to see some critical final movements. The umbilicals will detach from the rockets approximately 40 seconds ahead of launch.
You will see a beautiful view of this rocket.
The water will be poured at the bottom.
Yeah, that's the call out T-1.
Countdown.
An incredible
So
moment.
we are, guys, T-1 minute. Everything comes down to this moment now. Everything is great. Range is green. Weather is green. We are go for the launch. And we have those umbilical towers retracting back. T-30 seconds.
The arms are opened.
T-30 seconds.
On its own. Ready.
We are coming in hot
30
now.
seconds till liftoff.
No, nothing cryogenic. UDMSN and 204.
Looks like a
T-20.
Ready.
19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Together. 3, 2, 1.
Ignition.
And
There we go.
whoa! Those tiles.
You see some white boards falling off. Is that considered normal? That's
Yes. That
protection
keeps the temperature.
shield, right?
Wow!
Power is clear.
Wow, man!
We're going to
over.
see a number of critical stages throughout the flight. We're going to be walking you through each
Wow,
and
see
every
this
one of them,
moon and the rocket.
starting with the pitch over.
That's the moonshot.
Spectacular
Very
shot.
soon.
Wow, this was such a
So this is
beautiful
the camera
shot.
mounted on the carrier rocket.
View of the side boosters. If everything goes right momentarily, we're going to see the jettison of the escape tower, right?
No,
Yeah.
yes.
About 120
I'll
seconds.
explain what are those
So
things
that's
flying
the
off.
first critical movement
Let's
we're gonna
just see the launch
This
right
is
now.
the infrared view of the rocket. Everything is going well.
The taikonauts look fine to me.
They are experiencing the G forces now.
How many G forces are they enduring
I
for
mean,
now?
the maximum is during the separation of the first stage, about 3 to 5 G.
All right.
So this tends to be a period where they can experience discomfort.
And we are passing
in
through the
the
clouds
flight.
right now, I guess.
As you mentioned, the G forces are together with the vibration.
A movement what we call a pogo which is up and down movement, faster and slow, like up and down. So that pogo is very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that is because we use the liquid propellant system.
Right. We're about 90 seconds into the flight.
Okay.
Once again, you're seeing the bright flame.
Wow,
Side
and
boosters,
picking up
first
speed.
stage rocket.
So the emergency escape tower.
Now
will be
the
just
next
in
event
soon.
coming up
has
is the jettisoning of the escape tower at T+2 minute.
The liftoff.
You see the escape tower and then the strap-on booster.
Oh, that's the 3D
You should be
animation
seeing that.
of this flight.
And
That's based on real telemetries.
there you
Oh,
go,
there
and
you
we can see
go.
that jettisoning also. Wow, that was so cool.
At about 153 seconds will be the separation of the 4 strap-on boosters.
And that separation we just saw there.
I'll explain what those
indicates
things
a
were.
Successful
Don't worry.
Initial lower level flight. They were doing
Everything
okay.
is looking great right
Not
now.
until the first separation.
Now the
of
next
first
step is the separation of the booster,
will be happening anytime.
and
I think it's happening now.
Separate soon.
booster separation imminent.
Boosters will come off momentarily.
Of course, this is a
And
critical.
we
This is the
have
most
the
dangerous part right
separation.
now. Okay.
Boosters are off.
Booster separation,
And then first stage separation.
and then the first stage separation.
You see
we
the
can
4
yeah.
light part. That's the
The f-
strap-on booster.
Yes,
The
and
first stage is
5
already
bright
separated.
dots
Yeah.
over there. The 4
Wow.
little dots are the boosters. The 1 bigger
Wow.
dots are the first stage rocket.
With
So
each
at
stage
about
accomplished.
210 seconds will be the separation of the payload, jettisoning of the payload fairings. Because the altitude is already very high. So at this moment, the aerodynamic forces is already become weaker and weaker. Because
And we
the
can see
max-
those.
max
Wow,
speed has-
what a cool view of the second stage. Yes, you can see the verniers as well as the main stage
Inside the
there.
fairing.
Wow.
The second stage has a main engine with a thrust about 75 tons and 4 vernier engines to control its attitude.
On the left side, you can see it's folded.
The
solar,
fairing and the
also, so
fairing
the fairing has
separation
been
can
separated.
wow.
So
deployment
this
of
is
the
the
fairing.
folded solar array that is going to be deployed. So that's a camera looking at the
Right.
solar array itself.
Yes, and that's the exterior of the spacecraft actually. Now the spacecraft is entirely exposed in space after the fairing
It's
opened.
already out in outer space with no atmosphere, so fairing it doesn't help anymore.
And
It
it
has
gets-
already escaped the Earth's atmosphere at this point, right?
Yeah, it's already high enough. And Yaping at this moment can enjoy the sightseeing outside the window.
But it's all dark outside the window.
Yeah.
right? See, it's all dark.
But they will see daylight very soon, minutes. They're circling like 90,
they are
95.
flying eastward. So as Yansong has mentioned, they will see because you know that.
Wow,
it's
see
in a
those
different
vernier
time zone.
engines? Can you see those vernier engine as well as the main engines? Wow, man, this shot is so cool. I can just see this whole day. Those 4 vernier engines and the main engine.
Who is pretty
Yeah, he's not.
composed there. He
I
hasn't
would've
even looked outside the window
I was
once.
going to say that. I was going to say that. Probably because it's dark right now.
There's
and
nothing much to see
There's
there.
not much to see. He's waiting for more light so he can get a better visual.
You can even see the turbo pump exhaust coming out.
At any moment now. So
Mind you, this runs on gas generator cycle, so yeah.
0G, very.
So
Think they-
when will be the time they
When
endure the maximum
when all the engines were
Are
shut
shut
down,
down.
they will experience the 0G. So there is an indicator inside the cabin.
Okay.
And you may notice that because now it is already in a vacuum condition, and the flame of the rocket engines, the shape is quite different from when it is lifting off.
And they look pretty all right to
I don't
me.
know how they do it. They look so cool, calm, collected.
Just as they're on the ground, no
Just
G-forces
as if
at
they're
all.
on the ground. It's amazing to look at.
The next critical movement we're going to see is the shutdown of the second stage engine and then the spacecraft separation.
Yes, first we will shut down the main engine, and then the 4 vernier engines.
Is there anything that the astronauts can do to offset the effect of high G-forces?
At this moment, as we mentioned, it is in the normal procedure, so the maximum G-force is only 3 to 5. So they have the capability to monitor the status of the spacecraft. And we
Okay,
can
so
see
what
from-
are those glowing pipes? Well, that's a good question. I'm also wondering, but I guess they are carrying the half-burnt propellant to the vernier engines or something like that. This is just a guess I am guessing, but the thing which they are carrying is the half-burnt propellant. That's for sure. That's why this is glowing hot.
Of the rocket engines.
And Flight Commander Jia Zhigang is sitting in the middle, Wang Yaping over there, picking up her manual, taking a look at it again.
The book again. So I think the newcomer is testing when to have the 0G, and he's so ready.
Well, that's the fun part, yes.
But with the 4 or 5Gs, it really doesn't affect too much the human bodies. You get the adrenaline, this thrill out of it. But human
And
body
now you should be seeing a shutdown of the main engine soon, but the vernier engines will continue thrusting.
can take is 12 or 13 Gs.
And even more so for the first comer. For
Yes, the engine uses hypergolic propellants. They are not using any cryogenic ones here. The N204 and UDMH as its fuel.
No more. This is the real deal.
This is the real deal.
And only in the real flight he can experience both the G forces and the vibration.
Looks like we have a good burn of the engine, and the temperature
And
tracking is good.
there you go.
We're going to have a
I guess we have
shutdown any moment.
shut down.
Oh, we're hearing the call out.
Okay, the main engine has shut off.
Second stage.
And we can see those pipes are also not glowing anymore, are glowing less basically.
Trajectory to ensure the accuracy of the orbit.
I keep
So
looking
it
if
was
they're
carrying
having
the half-burnt propellant somewhere, maybe to the turbopump gas generator cycle.
try to, talk the new one through it. They would comfort him, but that's not happening. Which
So
shows that you
vernier
have
engines are still running
real
good.
confidence.
Complete
They have
trust in
complete
him.
trust and confidence. in Ye
The
Gongfu.
post of the WeChat movement of Yaping has showed this. Support your opinion.
I'm sure they have plenty to talk in the coming 6 months.
And her daughter also comes to the Jiutian Satellite Launch Center for her
To
mother.
watch the launch. Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much, Norman Ritzel, for becoming an engineer. Really, really, really helps, man. Thank you so much, Norman Ritzel. If I pronounce your name right.
That solar panel indicating
And if you want to support me, guys, you can do that by becoming a member, joining that button, and you would really help me in keeping this up.
Yaping also
One more stage
shows
separation. Yes, the
pictures
Shenzhou spacecraft will separate any moment now.
in her WeChat moments of her daughter's daily life, like other young mothers.
At the end of the day, she's just another mother.
Well, she's such a great inspiration for the girls out there, right?
No
A
doubt.
mother, a
doubt.
great wife.
We'll just
but
release the
also
spacecraft.
Can you
Yeah.
imagine if
excellent
she gives
astronaut.
another space-based lecture to all the young Chinese students looking up to her?
Yeah.
That would be a
8 years.
huge inspiration.
Yeah, 8 years
I
after the
believe.
first time she gave the lesson, that was watched by over 60 million children. Imagine
And
that.
we
Okay.
have separation, guys. There you go. And that is completely nominal. That is to avoid colliding back with the second stage. So that, going sideways was completely nominal. Everything is looking great. We have separated, they have separated the Shenzhou spacecraft. Now we are looking forward to the solar array deployment.
Three astronauts are sitting. On your left is the service module, right?
Opposite. The next critical step will be unfolding of the solar panels.
0G, as they're enjoying now.
Oh, this is the microgravity.
It's already in the
environment.
microgravity environment.
Floating time.
So this is first time Mr. Ye Guangfu experienced it.
So there are no pens around this time. I believe that the last time we saw some
Yeah.
pens floating as soon as they hit.
Oh, there you see. Floating manual is playing with
That's
it.
a 0G indicator.
That's the point of the book.
That's the zero. Oh, wow. Okay, we have seen the. This is looking so cool, right?
Yeah, he's showing.
Now
Showing off
he
a
is,
little bit.
now he
Now
is a
that
naughty
they're
boy.
Now you want the pen?
Now the minute it asks for the pen
What
is
picture
happening.
do you want?
Yes.
So he has fulfilled his dream to come into outer space.
You can tell who's the new person among the crew. I mean, look at the other two.
Well, you see that Mr. Ye Guangfu is fourth
Asking, am I a student?
astronaut of China coming to orbit of the second batch of China's
wow.
astronauts.
Okay.
But it is very unique that that usually we do not release the names of the astronauts before their flight missions. But Mr. Ye Guangfu is an exception because he attended the trainings in Europe, the cave trainings. So his name is well known by Chinese and Europeans.
And China has only selected 3 batches of astronauts so
Yes.
far, right?
Yes.
So right now they are experiencing the zero-G environment, and what is the zero-G indicator for them? Previously they flew the tiger, and I guess then the cow, and now I don't know what they have got.
From that second batch.
Mr. Chen Dong, Mr. Tang Hongbo
they're-
are also and
I'm
together with
actually eagerly waiting for her lectures in space, those experiments which she does to inspire kids to pursue space and all those things. That would be a thing to watch. And we have the deployment
seeing
of the panels, guys.
The deployment of solar panels. We're waiting for the final confirmation. Oh, that's the call out there. Successful deployment of solar panels. That's Chinese Vice Premier Han Zhong there, and also the Vice Chairman of China's Central Military Commission, Xu Qiliang. They are watching there at the Beijing Control Center. That's earlier. This is the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. This is the control room. Once again, they're all watching this very closely. There you see Mr. Zhang Youxia, the Vice Chairman of Central Military Commission, watching at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center.
This kind of looks similar to Soyuz because it is. They even have those 3 modules for like Soyuz, but the technology is different. The design is similar, but the technology is different.
Right, we've got Flight Commander Zhai Zhigang, 55 years
55.
old, and flight engineers Wang Yaping and Ye Guangfu, both 41.
神舟13号，我是北京。
So now it will take around 6 to 7 hours to for it to dock with the station.
身体状况。
They're asking the astronauts
To report
health
their
status.
health conditions and the cabin status.
Status.
座舱大气环境正常，航天员感觉良好，完毕。
That's the
That's the voice of Commander
Zhai
Zhai Zhigang saying that the taikonauts are feeling fine, he and his colleagues, and cabin status is normal.
it is always the duty of the commander to report the status of all the crew members after it come into the orbit.
So what's going to happen next? What can we expect next?
So you know that next they will open the hatch between the orbital module and the re-entry capsule, and they will be more comfortable, and they will change their suit to a common suit rather than the IVA space, not the penguin suit, but the common suit, because it will last 6.5 hours for them to before they go into the station. But before docking, they will wear their IVA spacesuit again, because it is a dangerous procedure for the docking.
For the docking.
There seems to be increased communication.
Oh, they're opening up their face
shields.
Getting a feel of the microgravity environment, stretching their legs for a bit.
And the book again.
The book again. I can't believe they're still reading the book. I mean,
No, they have to follow the procedures, yes.
I would love to get a look at that book and what's in it.
Usually the successful deployment of solar panel indicates a successful launch, and we're standing by for that official announcement.
That's great.
From the launch center confirming this is a successful launch.
And also we should check the orbital parameters to see if it is accurate enough. Only in this case we can the ground commander can
Declare
announce
a
that it is a successful launch.
That package which you are seeing is not. Oh, Okay.
It's also very
That package which you were seeing was not of there was a food or anything. That was a survival kit, basically a boat for all of them and all the survival equipments they need if they land in a forest or something like that. So yeah, the all the food and every other supplies in the orbital module above them. So now you just witnessed a good enough launch. The mark diamonds were great to see, and let's see now what else do we have in store for us.
A couple hours ago, before they were transported to the launch pad.
As we have just heard from background, that the parameters has came up. The inclination is correct, 41.3.
Yeah.
And then the apogee and perigee has been 200 kilometers and 360?
56.
Yeah. So that is a elliptical orbit. And then in the far point, the closer point is 200 kilometers to Earth, and far point is very close to the station. So that requires another short burn, and then we'll be able to connect with the station.
Because the average altitude of this orbit is lower than the station, so it's rotating the Earth faster than the station. As I mentioned, it can chasing the station and become closer and closer, and finally dock together.
So they are now flying orbit. Do those data sound all right to you?
It's a good start.
It must be within a margin that accurate enough for the orbit maneuver. So the orbit maneuver, we only have a limited delta V, or the capability to change its velocity. So must in a very small range to ensure we can dock with the station.
So the deployment of the solar panels was a good indication, but at the same time, after that happened, the ground staff were collecting and verifying all these data, and until they had all these data, and they were sure that the data looked good, we could expect an announcement of success from officials.
You're still watching the playback of what has happened during the last 3 hours, all those critical moments, right? Entering the capsule and releasing of the rockets.
Yes, Grace, they have guns like similar to Soyuz, Soviets. They do have guns in those survival kits.
They have Wi-Fi, but maybe WeChat and microblog, currently speaking, is not able to be used on the station because of the security concerns.
Those mark diamonds, dude.
Speaking, it is possible for them to use WeChat and microblog, but that belongs to the internet. The internet, technically speaking, we can connect to the internet, but also we have many other concerns for security and other things.
Then what do they use the Wi-Fi for?
Well, that they have every astronaut have 2 mobile phones in their cabin, and they can control everything to check the status, to check that we have a QR code on our packages, and we can scan the QR code and get the information what's inside the package.
All right, you're now watching our special coverage of the Shenzhou 13 mission. Just now, we have seen a pretty successful initial flight.
Especially after the deployment of the solar panels, things looked very good.
Well, it's obvious. Why do they need a internet? Why do we need internet? They're also humans, so yeah, they also do need internet for their everyday needs.
Flight, so things looks good so far. And it will be a while before I get that announcement. But in the meantime, it looks like the astronauts are doing fine. We've been looking at visuals of them from inside the cabin. Everything looks good.
Yeah, everything looks all right to me. And Professor Yang, you were mentioning the Wi-Fi, right? They must have had some means of entertainment up there. They're staying there for 6 months.
Exactly speaking.
Can they watch TV? Can they surf the internet?
Yes. During the Shenzhou 12 mission, they even watched the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Because we now have the Tianhe data relay satellite constellation, so we can have almost 100 coverage of the communication between the vehicle, between the station and the ground. So the ground can record the videos of the Olympic Games, and or other news, and upload video to the station, and they can watch it.
And the crew will be there during the Winter Olympic Games. I'm sure they'll be watching.
They will enjoy that. And Mr. Zhai Zhigang also said that he has taken some videos, movies, TV series to the station, and he can watch video in spare time. But I can predict that the most amazing thing for them in spare time is watching the beautiful scene of the Earth.
How long can they do that? I mean, I think they will be able to get a view of that when there's more light immediately.
Okay, thank you so much, Bill Moon, for that. 9.99 was super excited to see you were streaming this. So glad to hear your voice. I am so excited for you. I am so excited myself to be streaming and interacting with you guys again. So thank you so much for all your love and support. And talking about entertainment, I do have something to add.
For resistant
I will,
trainings,
just a sec.
But they do need to have moving, muscles, metabolisms, even heart rates, to maintain their health conditions. You know that 6 months is long enough to lose enough bone mass, and you could be very fragile once you're landed on Earth. You don't have muscles and bones, you can easily fracture.
And what if they get sick in space? I mean, do they have medical equipments up there? How do they treat themselves?
Well, you know that there is also a special syndrome called the space motion sickness. Usually this happens about 6 hours or 7 hours after they come into orbit, and will be weaker after 2 days. So that is the reason either your docking should be 2 days after they come into orbit, or just about 6 to 7 hours before the after liftoff. You know that at this moment the astronauts are in a good status. So if anything wrong happened to the autonomous docking system, they can switch to the manual docking. These kind of things do happen. You know that just several days before, the Soyuz spacecraft launched an actress and her producer to the International Space Station.
Right, they're about to shoot a film.
Yeah, they will make a film there. And you see that during this process, there is a malfunction of the autonomous docking system. So the commander switched to the manual docking and saved the mission. So we also have these kind of preparations to ensure that we can have a 100% success.
The crew on the last manned mission, Shenzhou 12, they had a video call with the Chinese president. They talked to scholars and students, researchers in Hong Kong. I imagine there will be something similar this time on Shenzhou 13, especially since they are spending the Chinese New Year in mission there.
Yes, they do have those supplies in there for celebrating the new year. And yes, I will be streaming the Lucy launch tomorrow. So do come in, do hit that subscribe button, because that is one of the most important launch of this year, and I will be streaming it for sure. So do come in and we'll discuss everything about it.
Chinese New Year evening show, and
gala.
I'm sure that they will be part of the show.
They will be the part of the show. Oh, that's something to look forward
you know
to.
that Yaping is the first space teacher of China. And during the conference yesterday, she has already confirmed that she will have the taught the second lesson. You know that during the first lesson she taught during the Shenzhou 10 mission, there were more than 60 million pupils and middle school students watching her lessons. Very, very
yes.
That was a physics lesson, right? That was a
physics to demonstrate the phenomena in microgravity environment.
Yeah. I was not a student anymore back in 2013, but if I had been, I would have done a much better job with physics, I think, with a teacher like that. Absolutely.
And Wang Yaping said this during the press conference yesterday. She encouraged all the girls, all the kids, all the students out there to never stop reaching for their dream, and that touched me quite a bit. She said she herself was a good example. You know, if you work hard, if you never give up, one day your dream just might come true.
Which reminds me of that promise she made to her daughter. You know, I will reach for the stars this time and bring you back some of the stars. I think that's just a beautiful metaphor to encourage young girls to really reach for their dreams and do things to the best of their abilities.
And be creative. Nothing can stop you.
Yeah.
quite an inspiration.
You can see the astronauts are switching their seats. I mean, not switching, but they're standing up and.
Those are the replays of earlier.
So, Mr. Zhong Shi, you also have the chance to go to outer space because you know that the first astronaut of Japan, the first astronaut of Japan is a reporter.
Okay.
So the Japan government paid to Russia, and he goes to the Mir space station by the Soyuz spacecraft. So we have examples before.
That is wonderful news. There has been
civilian astronauts.
Yes.
Will civilian astronauts be also included, in the Chinese astronaut team?
That's the third batch of China astronauts. Some of them not professional pilots. Some of them are chosen from the scientists and engineers. In the future, as we have already discussed, technically speaking, it is possible for China to have space tourism. But that this also depends on the policies of the government. And some of the private companies has expressed their wish to engage in this field. To my personal opinion, for the common people, that the suborbital travel will be an option for Earth because it will be more than 100 times cheaper than the orbital travel.
Can we talk about where we are right now in China's manned space program? Because back in the days, China prescribed this 3-step manned space program.
Okay, Chris, thank you so much for $2.99. Will you be doing the docking live stream? Well, it depends whether we will be having a docking live stream on for a English version. If we will be having, so I will try, but again, it will be like 4 a.m. for me here, so we'll see.
We are taking 3-step approach. First is
Thanks for hosting. Thank you so much for you all to stick around and have a good time with me.
And demonstrated by Tiangong 1 and Tiangong 2 missions. And third stage is the validation of the construction of the station. We're still in the validation process. The technologies and the parameters needs to be collected and studied by the scientific groups and technical groups before we put the 2 more segments onto the station. So once the station is completed, as you said, by 2022, it will be then in an application phase. The application phase is the purpose of the station itself. Flying more astronauts into the space station, international cooperation, international payloads and instruments, European astronauts, as you have mentioned that they have been trained in Europe and in China together, and the European astronauts are learning Chinese. Chinese astronauts are in the European cages doing some joint exercise together. So I think there's an international collaboration that we can look forward to. And then at the final grand finale of the station itself would be then the merging of robotic missions with the manned mission to exploration projects such as lunar and Mars missions. So that will be the steps that we're going to take.
The space station is designed with a lifespan of what, 10 years, 15 years?
More than 10 years.
More than 10 years.
At least 15 years. As Yan-Song has mentioned, actually speaking, Ms. Samantha Cristoforetti from Italy and also Mr. Matthias Moria from Germany has already been trained in Qingdao several years before. And it is amazing to see that during the interview with the media, they can speak Chinese. And the Samantha is already a veteran to the ISS, and the Matthias will have his maiden flight to the International Space Station this year. Belongs to the 3rd crew of the U.S. Dragon spacecraft. So in the future, it is possible for them to attend China's space missions and visit our space station.
China has said this very clearly. The completed space station will be an open platform, and China welcomes cooperation. So, and you talked about those foreign astronauts being trained in China. So are we looking at quite soon after the space station hits application stage, the joint flights involving both Chinese and foreign astronauts?
Yes, but this usually, I believe this will happen after the construction of the station. I mean, after 2022. You know that only at this moment the station can support 6 crew members for a very short period. You know that in the future the handover of different expedition teams will be happened in orbit. That means that the former crew will go back to the Earth only after the next crew come into the.
There will be an overlap.
Yeah, they will be, yes, 6 crew, because you know that now our Tianhe only have 3 bedrooms, and our Wentian will have another 3. So in the future, after the T-shaped station is constructed, it is possible for them to deliver their task in orbit.
That's a report from Beijing Aerospace Center. The Long March 2 FY-13 carrier rocket has sent the Shenzhou 13 manned spacecraft to the preset orbit precisely. The solar panel was unfolded successfully, and now I declare the launch of Shenzhou 13 mission a complete success.
As an official announcement of success has been delivered, the director of Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center,
Guys,
Zhou
there
Lifeng,
you
has
have the
declared
big
Shenzhou
red screen, which means everything was successful. That is so cool, man.
Stay at China's space station. Let's have a look at the command and headquarters of the mission.
Oh, there you see the officials getting up. They're about to shake hands with all the engineers, scientists. There you see the Vice Premier Han Zheng there, leading a team of officials, congratulating the engineer scientists who made this mission possible.
That's right, Chinese Vice Premier Han Zheng and the Vice Chairman of China's Central Military Commission, Xu Qiliang. They are at the Beijing Control Center. They're shaking hands with engineers, ground staff. They've commended scientists and other personnel on their work. As Chairman mentioned, Vice Premier Han Zheng was also present at the last manned mission, at the launch of the last manned mission.
So after watching the whole launch, how do you feel? Now it's official, it's a successful launch.
I think once the astronauts are in space, we have what we call man in space. I mean, there we are. Great country with the collective efforts. The reflection of Prime Minister in the scene.
Okay, so we therefore have a successful launch and insertion into the orbit. Now the crew will prepare for docking. As you can see, the big red screen, which is a mark for a successful mission in China. And yes, now it will take around 6 hours to dock with the CSS. And mind you, again, I'm repeating this thing. The rendezvous is different this time. This will be a radial rendezvous, which means it will come from below and then go up to rendezvous with the downwards port facing the Earth. Because the Tianzhou 2 and the Tianzhou 3 are actually holding the space for the front and the back ports. So that is the case.
They're still enthusiastic. They're still passionate, even though we just did this a couple of months ago. So, Professor, you were saying that this has been a success, and you were feeling the success of the mission has come, after a lot of hard work.
Yeah, it's what I call the collective efforts, and a part of the great system engineering effort is ground crew plus the technical people plus the scientists. A lot of efforts and a lot of intensive work, and people are working overnight just to make sure that the astronauts are safe. And we're seeing that from this moment all the way to rendezvous and docking. It's also a nerve-wracking moment for the ground TT&C crew, because they have to adjust the capsule's altitude and attitude and position to make sure that the radio connections are safe and sound. And that is happening only from now. It's only 6 hours from now on. So it's roughly 7 o'clock tomorrow morning Beijing time would be the rendezvous and docking. So lots of continued effort needs to be done by the ground crew as well. And not to mention 6 more months of maintenance.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We are now joined via Skype by Yi So-yeon, South Korean scientist and astronaut. She is also the first South Korean citizen to go to space. A pleasure to have you on the program. As the first South Korean to fly to space, especially as a female, what do you have to share with us today on this occasion?
Hello. Yeah, so nice to meet you. And I'm so happy that my friend Yaping fly again to the station because 2 years ago she told me she's preparing for going to the new space station with the more scientific experiment. And then we had a lot common because I also had a first Korean science class in space station and then share with all the Korean kids and then Yaping also do that. And then we were in the same panel. So I'm so happy that she made her goals happen.
And over the past decades, China has rolled out programs to collaborate with institutions.
After
and
Lucy,
universities.
which launch am I looking forward to? Well, Chris, that would be the obvious answer, the JWST launch, the James Webb Space Telescope, which we all are looking forward to, and let's hope it happens.
Researchers around the globe are watching China's space program with keen interest. Professor Shinji Nakaya at Tokyo University is one such scientist, hoping China's Space Station Corporation program will accelerate space science research.
Most of the research in this field is a collaboration. My field of research is also done in cooperation with institutions like NASA, the European Space Agency, and JAXA. But this research and experiments, such as microgravity, aircraft experiments in space, are quite costly. We use facilities available in each country. For Japan, the Kibo module on the International Space Station, or the microgravity facility in Germany. Space development programs in China is progressing fast. About half of the world's rocket launches are from China. Since China is putting so much energy and investment in space science and space development, making it available for international cooperation programs, I think it will open more doors for space science development.
Professor Nakaya says the opportunity for experiments on board China's space station could increase in the future.
I think in the future, projects like the ISS could gradually shrink, and what we have now in orbit may be scaled down from what we have now. Projects like the Artemis will be smaller than the ISS, and if you want to travel far into space, considering the costs, the size and weight, it will get smaller. We may also see a decrease in experiments on the ISS in the lower Earth orbit, which means there is a chance that we rely on China's international cooperation program for future large-scale experiments.
Space exploration is a costly and time-consuming project which requires ample funding. Many countries are struggling to secure a budget to continue research. China's ambitious investment in these space programs is a source of envy.
Much of the joint research is fundamental research, and I think China is investing a considerable amount in fundamental research, including research in orbit. I'm afraid we're seeing a decrease in the budget for this research in Japan, so having a considerable budget invested in these programs is quite enviable.
Tokyo University is working closely with China's Tsinghua University in microgravity combustion and flame instabilities affected by vortices and acoustic waves. Professor Nakaya hopes that this research bears fruit with international research cooperation. Terence Shima, CGTN, Tokyo.
And let me now bring back my guest, Ms. Lee So-yeon. Great to have you back with us. Earlier, we were discussing with our guest about your experience there in space. You endured 13G during one mission, and that was incredible. I mean, you've been trained and studied in several countries. What do you think about the significance of international cooperation in space exploration?
Oh, thank you for the question. Actually, thanks to being an astronaut, I could have a lot of opportunity to work with all different kinds of country. And then also that's because I could meet Yaping and other astronaut, for example, Yang Liwei. And I think space is open to everywhere, every Earth and in every part of the Earth. So it should be kind of fair to work all together, every single country. Of course, right now, we had a lot of diplomatic problem and a political problem, but above all those kind of issues, I believe if we all collaborate each other for the future generation and younger people, and they will make a peaceful space and Earth, and we will synergize each other for the much more innovative ideas and space science, I believe.
Thank you very much for sharing your perspective with us, Ms. Yi So-yan there. She's a trooper.
She is an aspiration. And, you know, I was going to say international cooperation obviously is so important. And this is such a small circle of astronauts. It seems that everybody knows everybody. Professor Yan, how important do you think is this communication between astronauts from different countries? What possibly can they learn from each other? Because they are trained under different systems, different cultures, with different perspectives, different objectives. So when they communicate, what do they get out of this friendship, this communication with others?
Actually speaking, almost all the astronauts have a saying that in outer space, you cannot see the borders between different countries. You can only see the shape of continents and islands. So that's very amazing. That, and especially for those Apollo astronauts, they always think that they can see the Earth from the moon. And they think that the Earth is a fragile object. So we must protect the Earth. We must protect the humankind. And I think, as you have mentioned, the communication between the astronauts from different countries can promote not only the friendship, but also get common recognition of the environment of the Earth and the future, the development of our humankind. And also, this is a very special meaning for all of us. And the communication, you know, they are also very enthusiastic, of almost all the astronauts, very enthusiastic on the outreach, on the popularization of science. So this is also a very valuable resources for all countries.
That is so beautiful. You can't see borders from up there in the space.
They're like a big family there. That's amazing. But let me now bring in Dr. Amitabh Ghosh to talk us through what goes into a project like this. Dr. Ghosh has been involved with NASA's Mars Exploration Rover program since 1997. Doctor, if you can hear me, thank you so much for joining us, first of all. Now, international cooperation is often emphasized in space exploration, but how does this work in practice? Declan, let me try again. If you can hear me, talk to us about how do you understand the international cooperation in space programs these days between countries?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, Dr. Ghosh, please go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I was not aware I was online. Yes, so international cooperation is a very big deal, I think. It brings a lot of multiple things to the table. One is, you know, specific countries have specific expertises in niche fields, and you can get those expertises on your experiment. Then, of course, it helps with the defraying the total cost of the mission. Then, thirdly, is I have been part of many international teams. You can learn from each other because the way people do science is different across cultures. And so there is so much to learn from how another country or another person approaches a problem and tackles a problem. And this is not really discussed that much, but I have found that also adds a huge amount of value to the scientific question being addressed.
Dr. Ghosh, given your wealth of expertise and experience, can you also share with us how the field has grown since the earliest missions you've worked on? For example, with the retirement of the International Space Station, do individual countries now realize that it's a better deal to cooperate? Have their attitudes towards international cooperation also evolved with time?
So I think space is just one of the many things multiple countries deal with in a relationship. So I think higher powers do decide where to engage and where not to engage. And this is a game of geopolitics at that moment. So I think it's very hard to say whether there is a global shift. On the other hand, if you look at the international space stations, the Americans have always cooperated with the Russians for a very long time, irrespective of the geopolitical realities on the ground. So it's a very hard, I think, thing to predict. And I don't see, so what is very interesting now is that you have a gradual evolution of the private sector, and the private sector can actually collaborate with any country and any other private company much more easily than a couple of countries can. So that may be something which has changed, which was not there when I started out in this field, maybe in the 90s.
And Doctor, we've just seen the successful launch of the Shenzhou mission. Thank you very much for sharing your perspectives with us in the share of this mission. And now is Dr. Amitbha Ghosh sharing his insights with us.
And China has sent another crew of taikonauts to space, including the first woman to visit the country's space station. They've been tasked with helping build the CSS for the next 6 months.
Right, and China aims to complete construction by the end of next year. So before we now wrap up our special coverage tonight, let's now take a look back at some of the key moments before the launch of Shenzhou 13. It's been a pleasure taking this journey with you.
Thank you so much for the privilege of your time.
Bye for now.
出发，是，敬礼。
Okay, guys, so this was it. We just witnessed something incredible here, that's for sure. We witnessed some great footage of the launch, before the launch, and after the launch too. So right now, the video which you are seeing is just a replay of whatever we have seen till now, and now the spacecraft is in the orbit, and it is about to rendezvous with the space station in around 6 hours or so. And tomorrow is the Lucy mission, which is waiting for us, and that is one hell of a interesting mission, I must tell you. And because that is going to outer space, and we should be having some great scientific data and images from that spacecraft. So see those marked diamonds. And yes, I was supposed to explain those things falling off.
Shenzhou 13号载人飞船发射任务取得圆满成功。
And there you have it, guys. This was it, I guess. So we just witnessed a successful launch, and let me just explain those tiles falling off. Those tiles are those things are actually the tiles, and since you can see, this is a UDMH and N2O4 rocket, which means it is not holding cryogenic fuels. But again, those fuels also need to be in proper temperature of around 22 degrees Celsius or so. So those things which falls off are the heat tiles. Heating tiles means the insulator tiles, I must say that, which keeps that temperature for the fuel to be in its limits. So that's what do we have there. And obviously that those tiles are no longer needed once the rocket is in operation. So they are placed in such a way, because of the launch vibration, they fall off. So this is a thing, and this is what you see normally in every a rocket which has this UDMH and N2O4 as its fuel. Okay, so this is the thing. The second manned flight to the space station within 4 months, and the implementation of the manned spacecraft program at this speed once again proved, yes, China is going up at an incredible speed when it comes to space. Happy for humanity. We will be getting some great data at an incredible speed. So yeah, why not? So now let me just explain you the rendezvous activities which we will be seeing. Okay. Yeah. So here you see right now, this is the orbit of the spacecraft. Here it will, once it reaches this point, it will fire up the engines and raise the, here it will fire up its engine to raise it to this point, and here again it will fire up these engines to reach it on this point. So those apoapses will increase, and finally those things will happen. And again here it will create a burn to raise the apoapse. Again at 3, raise the apoapse, again 4, raise the apoapse, again 5, raise the apoapse, to finally meet at the space station. And this 6th burn is the final burn, which happens for final approach to the station. So that is this thing. Now this is what we had for Shenzhou 12, so this is not what we'll be having, so I don't think so this is to be discussed. But you can see what I was talking about. Here you can see this is the Tianhe spacecraft, and here also the Tianhe spacecraft is docked. And now the docking for the Shenzhou will happen in like this here. So I think this is Shenzhou and this is also Shenzhou. So yeah, the Shenzhou docking will happen on this port, Nadir port, and here, and this a docking port in front here, and in the backwards is the port which will have the Wangshan and the Mangshan science modules coming in. And this rail which you are seeing is the airlock for them, the EVA airlock, which will happen. So plenty of things going to happen, and I guess this is what we had for today. In 6 hours they will be docking to the space station, and we'll see you tomorrow again for the Lucy launch. And thank you all for joining in. It was a great stream. I just loved to be coming back and interacting with you guys. Hope you liked it. And yes, so I guess now I can end the stream. And congratulations to China for successful launch. And now come up again tomorrow for the Lucy launch, because we will be having some great insights of how the Lucy will work, what are its objectives, and trust me, you will be amazed. So thank you so much for tuning in. Until then, this is Priyanshu Roila. You just saw Rocket Gyan. Stay safe, stay healthy, and bye-bye.